Welcome back, everyone, to the Land of Sundered Crowns. The party, having finished their business in the House Morwen, finding the information they needed to conclusively prove that this was the place that Naira had sought, as well as a number of fairly nice magical items and artifacts, um, have now returned to a hero's welcome. Following the initial somewhat raucous greeting, you all are recovering in a variety of situations, and have completed most of your business upon return. You sold the majority of the loot that you did not have specific plans for. Naira has divvied that gold up among you. And Uther, yes, you were able to, as I mentioned, confirm that one of the rubies that you had found is suitable for the item that you are preparing. And yeah, go ahead and give me a percentile roll to see if the component patch. Unfortunately, the component patch that you had found on the body of the shaman does not contain the kind of events that you would need. As part of the selling process, you ask around some of the merchants that have stopped in town, as well as checking in with Shamash. Unfortunately, none of them have the specific kind of like salts and everything that you would need to mix in order to get the specific effect that you're looking for.
We also got 2 jewel-encrusted rings and a jewel-encrusted necklace. Do any of those have the jewels that he needs?
Give me another percentile roll.
Well, come on. I guess I need one. I'm number 1 here. Let's do it. Okay. Better.
You are able to find the other ruby you need, prying it free from one of the ring that the ogre chieftain had been wearing. But unfortunately, the onyx that you are looking for eludes you.
No worries. I'm up 2 rubies. Only spend a little bit of time looking. This is a productive trip to the market. And then head back to the inn and see if everybody's up and moving around from this morning.
Yeah, by the time you kind of have completed your business in the market square and been able to go around and talk to all the various merchants and make your inquiries in various places, complete your other errands, it's getting on toward kind of early evening. Lorium and Nyx, please both give me a constitution check, or constitution save.
Yep.
Lorium, you awaken first.
That's also...
It's getting on toward evening. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was just joking. I was saying the funny thing is that's also +3 because that doesn't factor in yet. Tomorrow, which it is now, I suppose.
But yeah, so you guys leveled up at the keep. So all your new level features have kicked in.
Ah.
But regardless, even with the +3, you Lorium, still awaken first, coming back to consciousness from the rather impressive amount of moonshine that you had imbibed upon your arrival, and you find yourself in a somewhat familiar upstairs room at the Fox and the Hound, with Scout draped over you as you both lay in bed,
purring gently.
Just gonna look down slowly and not say anything, but then realize something, so I'm gonna roll. Oh! Okay. So the roll was because we're both still in our armor. Essentially, Lorium. So he was piecing together. Did something happen, or were we placed here?
With a 19, yes, you are able to come to the conclusion that most likely you were both placed here.
My next question: a strength or an athletics roll?
It depends on exactly what you're trying to accomplish.
The participant in the bed is getting thrown away.
Athletics is fine then.
Okay.
Participant is a bold choice.
Yeah. Boop. You're able to kind of lift the recumbent form off you and hurl them somewhat abruptly to the floor. Which, given that you with the +3, you were at 11 there, Nyx, that's probably sufficient to wake you up.
Oh yeah, Nyx hits the ground and immediately springs back up like a cat that's gotten the shit scared out of it, going like, and then like on all fours, still like panicking, looking around the room.
Runs on the walls, knocks over the table.
Speaking of walls, I'm literally stuck inside of one and cannot move. But no, it's okay. I was just moving closer to the center of the bed as he would adjust. Thank you. He's just staring at you.
Nyx is taking in what just happened, the situation. And like hand goes to his mouth. Oh my god. No.
As he will open the door and just a hand towards the door. And if you do not leave within the next 5 seconds.
Oh no, he's running out of there.
As this in and of itself is kind of amusing. But underneath that, he is extremely pissed off.
I'm having just a teensy bit. Oh, did I do that or did you do that?
What?
Moved me. Oh, sorry. I was having.
moved you, no.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
As he peeks out the window. I'm kidding.
I assume you're heading downstairs, so I can just Sky Daddy can kidnap you.
I think he's gonna try to I don't know, find an empty room.
Yeah. You know, a little bit of kind of poking your head around doors and kind of knocking, you'd be able to find one that was unoccupied.
And then immediately find a basin.
Yes. You actually know where that is, so you're able to kind of make your way over to where you know that there is a basin available for guests on this floor, and refresh yourself a little.
Oh, yeah, like he throws up, thinks about what he thinks has happened, takes off all of his armor, and gets in the tub.
Fair enough.
See, he didn't piece together the fact that he is wearing
Yep.
Okay, so he's scrubbing himself. Lauren, are you doing anything?
Piecing together all of his equipment, which I'm assuming was brought up with him, because if not, more anger. And also making considerations and planning who he's going to talk to when he goes downstairs.
That's ominous.
Yes, your equipment is present.
Okay.
And yeah, you can spend a few minutes kind of putting yourself together, waking up, shaking off your hangover. Downstairs, the rest of you, having completed your business in town, are there is the somewhat spontaneous celebration that began when you guys first arrived in town has more or less run its course by now. Things seem to have settled down into a fairly, seems like a fairly standard evening now. At the Fox and the Hound, your table, the table that very quickly became your table upon your arrival and patronage, is being maintained for you, and Zavara and the other staff are especially attentive to your needs. Pretty much anything you want in terms of food or drink is more or less instantly provided at no charge. And apart from that, the evening seems to be passing on fairly normally. You do see a few what appear to be newcomers in the town, like merchants and the like that had arrived now that the roads are reopened. The townsfolk seem to be very industriously and insistently explaining to them the part that you guys have played in the recent excitement that the town experienced. But other than that, things seem to have settled down to at least an appearance of normalcy. Is there anything that you guys want to accomplish or do before Lauren makes his descent?
Naira has just a quick question for Uther.
But of course.
I was just curious about something. And she looks a little bit nervous, I guess. And she says, "Do you have any descendants walking around?"
You see as he shifts a little bit, as he nods.
Oh.
Well, there was something that happened a long time ago. But once it gets to your, great-grandchildren and you're gone quite a bit in the service, you don't connect to them quite the same. I felt like it was better to let them just live their life. But my house still hears of some of my services. I supposedly have a statue in the courtyard. I don't know if it looks like me. I haven't gone back since they said it got put up.
Where is it?
Carvalin.
Oh, right.
My family is they do ranching. We feed the kingdom, the meat, aurochs, primarily. Huge, but friendly once you get to know their nature. But you see as he waves his hand. So I have some great, to some degree, great, as another hand wave, grandchildren, I would guess, running about.
What was your child's name?
Well, they were actually twins.
Oh.
It seems to be a little bit more common in my family. I didn't have one. The girl was Juliet. The boy was Caesar. We named him. But like I said, he's gone now. I didn't live that long. I was a bit earlier. Around my 150s, 200s. He was more human than elf at that point. So, shorter life.
Why didn't he live as long as you?
He didn't want to do what I did. I mean, he was good, but he fell in love and thought it was a better spend of his time. And I just want to make a difference.
Oh. All right then. And she's just sort of sitting with that information.
He just kind of gives you that, like, raised eyebrow, like, and kind of shrugged shoulder, like, you asked, and I'm not going to lie. So,
She does. You actually roll an insight check.
whole conversation in Sylvan, by the way.
There it is.
Yeah, she doesn't seem upset at all. She seems like she is processing new information. The way that you would assume like a student studying looks.
As he kind of just studies you. What about you? Any children running around? Progeny? Great grandchildren?
Goodness, no, I'm not even out of school yet.
You see as he nods. I definitely waited till after, I guess you could call it school. The academy. No.
Also, I believe I've already told you that I've never had a romantic relationship before. And you know, when I was working, I was always very safe.
He nods. I believe you, and I wouldn't judge you if I thought otherwise. I'm kind of the last person to judge on that. I was rather a pretty popular bard in my 300s after I'd earned a bit of time off.
I guess you could say I mean, I always had a full dance card.
I imagine so.
Well, I mean,
I'm sure all the nerdy boys are all about you.
No, well, not so much. Well, there weren't a lot of nerdy boys at the Exquisite Blush, really. They had a different sort of clientele.
Hey, is that Lorium? I think he's got a look on his face, but I'm not sure if it's one of hunger or of anger. I'm sure we're going to find out shortly.
Mm-hmm.
As indeed, you hear the arrival of your companion preceded by a heavy tread upon the stair.
Oh no, I'm gonna stick myself, aren't I? Wait. Can I not move?
Is everyone in the inn? Because my character's still outside and I don't know why.
Really?
I see you right next to me in the inn.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's sitting next to Naira.
That's weird. My map things. Says,
Oh, for some reason you're in a different map than the rest
Yeah,
of the group. Let me hang on. For some reason you're
I mean,
stuck in
it's
the old
fine.
map.
I can imaginate it. But
And then hang on, let me reactivate this and see if it moves everyone back.
Uh-oh.
over. Actually, can you try refreshing your browser? That'll probably hopefully update it to where you're supposed to be.
Certainly.
I'm gonna do that to mine too because the screen went gray because I couldn't move my character, so I tried to move in a bunch of spaces, and then my character moved once to the original space I tried to move, so I was like, oh, I'm about to go for a ride.
Okay. But yeah, weirdly, you're not loading into the same map as everybody.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hang on. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, sorry. I was just asking. Originally, we couldn't update the character sheets in Foundry. Is that still an issue?
I believe so. Unfortunately, let me double check. Yeah,
Oh, it's
no,
fine.
it's still that connection's still banjaxed.
Yeah, I'll just load everything from D&D Beyond.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to try loading us into another different map, the Aldwell area map, and we'll see how if that pulls everyone like it's supposed to. But yes, so Lorm, you have descended the stairs to find essentially dinner service in full swing, and your friends, or most of them at least, sitting around the table.
Yeah, I just walk down, looking a little sluggish, face kind of blank, and he'll just scan over the table. And everybody currently present, it's Naira, Uther, and Wander?
Yes.
Okay. Tyler, you sound fine.
Thanks, Dad.
No problem, son. Yeah, he'll walk to the table. He won't say anything, but he's just studying everybody. Pull up a chair. Is food already set out?
Yes,
yes.
Uther would have ordered.
Okay. Yeah, he'll just start eating. This is going to be for everybody if it actually rolls.
As you start eating, Wander just says, I was gonna... Okay.
I absolutely cannot fail, so you don't read Naira at all.
Yeah.
What does Wander say, though?
Oh, Lorian pulls up some food and Wander just goes, oh, okay.
What were you waiting on?
What was that?
He'll ask what you're waiting on.
Oh, no. Make, make an insight check.
Another one. Okay.
Yeah, make a different one.
Different reasons.
The
Of course I
14 and Wander's insane charisma. You can try to make a joke about eating food.
God damn it, Tyler. None of that, yeah. The kind of blank expression sort of stifles the laughter a bit. And I'll just go back to...
So, how did you sleep? I'd never seen you that drunk before last night. You just blacked out in your chair.
Wait, isn't it?
Mhm.
Have we taken a long rest?
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
No, you haven't taken a long rest. You arrived in Aldwell probably about like 5 or 6 hours ago.
Day drinking.
Oh!
Day drinking.
Holy
you
shit.
got heavy day drunk.
Oh no! Yo, somebody gotta slip me some melatonin. But no, he'll just...
I think I know the cure for this. Drink until nightfall, and then go to sleep.
Drink some more. I like that. And how did I end up from the table to my earlier predicament?
I believe you were helped upstairs.
Gaze goes from Uther straight to Naira. And an almost scary eye snap.
Yep.
There.
Saw it with my own eyes.
Mm-hmm. And who helped me up?
There were a few helping hands. I don't know that we caught everybody.
Who was involved? Pulling them out.
Well, primarily, I was part of the heaving and hoeing to get you up onto the bed and behind a locked door. Didn't want no goblin assassins or wolves coming to avenge their lost brethren to get you in such a state.
Mm-hmm.
You see as he smiles, gives you a wink and a finger gun around the wine goblet he's holding as you're welcome. And there's no drawings or nothing on your face.
Now you're making him think about it. He's gonna look into a fucking mug or any sort of container of liquid next to him. Check the reflection.
There's no drawing on your face.
On your face.
Yeah, he made it so specific. He's just, And what about Scout?
He also doesn't have any drawings on his face.
That's not what I was asking. Who helped him to sleep?
I was definitely involved in helping that, yes.
Mm-hmm. Where'd y'all put him?
In bed.
Which one?
One of the tavern
The
beds.
only one in the room.
Was that bed also occupied?
I mean, yes.
You just sort of...
as well were in the bed in such a state. I thought it would be best if you had reinforcements if such assassins had come from. And then I had known where both of you are. I mean, Uther just shrugs at that. Barracks living? I mean, normally there would be that bed cut in half, but...
You get 2 beds in a barracks, but sometimes more. Yeah, okay.
Did you want me to leave you on the floor and give Nyx the bed?
Would have been preferable, but all right. And both of you give me insight checks. Actually, Wander too.
Yay.
Yeah, that's
Checks out.
He's
Did I
just
roll?
sipping on his day drinking wine.
15, not bad.
Are you choosing to make one, Tyler?
Oh, yeah. How do you roll it again? From D&D
D&D
Beyond?
Beyond, yeah.
Oh, it's just straight in the middle. With all your mods, you just click on the number
Cool.
next to insight. Yeah. If you have roll 20, it'll link it to this. What am I saying?
Not
Roll 20.
the other-
If you have beyond 20.
Yeah,
Yeah, the plugin.
I do, and it's not, so we're doing it here.
Okay.
23.
Okay. Naira, you get that he is studying you, but all of you. Not so much Wander. You kind of feel like a sense of you and Uther are his targets at the moment. and I say that with many meanings.
Mhm.
That's it. He's just thinking. See a lot of pondering going on his face. Wander, though. You feel a threat. Not to you, but to your friends. Like this. It's like pretty much the face you saw him making in the war room when he was thinking up traps and ways to kill people. It's that.
After noticing that, he'll just go, "Why are you mad?"
You mad, bro?
He just breaks a cup.
There's just certain company you don't put in a bed with another person. That's all sentimentalities aside, and he'll make a gesture towards Uther.
Why?
He glances towards Naira as he says, I would certainly have no complaints.
Naira's whiskers twitch.
Just slowly go back to eating while saying, I just don't like sharing my bed with a scout.
Noted.
Scout.
This is the point where I wish we did do the webcam thing, because I wish you guys could see the faces. I'm literally doing them as I'm speaking.
I mean, you guys ever want to do them, that's what I do for my games, so I'm down.
But I'm sorry, Christine, did you say something?
Naira just says noted, but you in particular, and both of you as a pair, are quite heavy. So maybe if you don't want to be cooped up with somebody, you don't get so drunk that you fall down.
Or there's another option, I guess. It's a bullshit option, but it's an option.
Naira, at this point, I am DMing you.
Oh no.
You feel the tingle of magic settling upon you, and hear a familiar voice.
Naira squeals. And then hold on, I gotta think of a response.
That's a weird reaction to the situation.
But yes, you see her ears kind of perk up and her eyes go distant in a familiar kind of way. And is everybody looking at the Fox and the Hound map now, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wondrous.
No, don't say that.
Now you don't see my 20 other battle maps I have prepared.
Haha.
Oh, you're looking at the one that's burnt down? Wait, you're not supposed to be there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
And then she just goes, donuts!
Are you pooping?
Has Nyx come down, by the way?
No, Nyx isn't there at the moment.
Okay.
You look
He was
by
going
a
to
window.
he was going to take a little bit longer than Orium to make his appearance.
So
You
yes.
just look toward the window and see chunks falling down to the ground.
So Naira gets a very familiar looking, excited look on her face, and she squeals a little, and then she goes, the 10th? That's so soon! And the Azure? That's so very generous of you, Lord Murdoch. Thank you so much. I'll be in touch soon.
Okay.
Uther does like that slinger's stare towards Lorium to check what he seems to get from that.
The 10th? As he looks down at his watch.
As he pulls up
It
his
is
smartphone.
it is currently the 3rd, so it is that the 10th is a week away.
Oh, shit.
And how and it's departing from Arosa. How far away is Arosa?
Moving everybody back to the Harashan Coast map. There it is. So you guys are currently about here on the southern edge of the Dravashi Woods. Arosa is down here at the mouth of the Acelor River, which flows down from Vanya. Traveling there overland would usually take, on horseback, it would probably be 6 or 7 days travel usually.
Oh shit, okay.
If you were to, traveling quickly, that's at your normal kind of amble pace. If you were to travel quickly, you could probably make it in 5.
So, what was that about this time?
And she is beaming at this point, and she says, Lord Murdoch is very pleased that I found Morwen, and he's gonna make it much easier for us to get back to school, or for me and whoever wants to come, to get back to Sorveni. Wander, I know you wanted to go. Apparently he's booked us all passage if we want it on the Azure. Oh, I don't know if you guys know what that is.
No.
Blank stares.
I guess.
Well, potentially Lorium might to give me, and Uther, you've been around for a while, so you may have heard of it. But both of you guys give me a history check.
Well, hey, I think Wander's pretty well traveled, and he's been to many places. He's
Hey,
very
now.
long
Hey.
life.
Well,
Well,
No, neither of you have heard of the Azure.
It's a luxury shoreliner. It's the most prestigious ocean liner that it'll take us up the river and over to Sorveni. It should only be about a week's travel from Arosa? Yes.
Potentially a little more, depending on the wind and the like, but yeah, probably about a week or so.
It's just a magnificent ship. I've never been on it myself, but I have seen paintings and I've heard stories, and it's incredible.
so we're going on a cruise?
And at this point, I think Naira looks a little guiltily at you, and that is one option. I know you said you wanted to go into the woods, but if I'm going to get back to school, I need to get on this boat, and it's leaving in 7 days.
Oh, it's leaving in 7.
Yeah.
So we have to go down there to meet it.
Mm-hmm. if that's all right with you. And she is. I'm not even gonna. She is begging you with her entire face.
No, he's dragging you the opposite direction. No, I'm kidding. He'll just sit there for a sec and, well, tell you what. Got an optional method of going about. If you're all right with it.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's got an optional method of going about this.
What's that?
Still got that scroll?
Oh, the scroll of scrying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, I realized that that's actually in the Vengeance Paladin spell list, so we totally know what that is, actually.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would definitely have an understanding of the magic on it.
Mm-hmm. Just a bit high level.
And she will just take it out of her bag and hand it to you. What do you need this for? She's.
Thing I'm looking for.
Oh! Oh, do you think you can use this to find it? Oh, brilliant!
I mean, I've seen the bastard. So this should at least tell me if he's in the woods or not.
Oh, perfect. Yes. Let's do that, and then we can make an informed decision. I love that.
Honestly, a little bit of surprise on his face with how openly you're allowing the use of this resource for something so personal. Won't even have to make you roll on that one. So you're all right with that?
You know what, Lorian? You roll an insight.
No response from anyone. The first thing we hear is roll an insight.
I will not say it
You
out
good?
loud. I want you to see it on my face.
No, this is good. That means she approves.
Unlucky.
Yeah, no. She very much approves. She's actually nodding at you.
He'll just eye Uther and wander.
I mean, I do kind of like the sound of a pleasure cruise. I just don't want you to feel like anything around here is being forgotten.
He'll just nod and I mean, if personal shit took me away, we could always just cut the contract, right? And so he'll just study this scroll for a bit.
Oh, no. I mean, unless that's what you would prefer. I would prefer to accompany you if he's around here. I will send my regrets to Lord Murdoch. But
No
only if
eyebrow
you
raise.
want. Only if you want me to stick around.
Well, all y'all's help is very appreciated. What's that?
I was going to say, so yeah, as you're studying this scroll, the markings on it and everything like that, you don't have any kind of arcane studies in your background. And so as you look at them, they should be highly alien. But as you hold it, you kind of feel almost like how natural it feels for you to slide a sword into a scabbard. When you hold this paper, this scroll, you feel your power respond in the same kind of way. Even though you don't fully understand what it is that you're looking at, you know that you can activate the magic inside it. There's this instinctual call and familiarity, as if you were holding a weapon that you had practiced with for decades. It's quite a strange sensation, but one that you are very comfortable with.
And he'll just say, and just in case you, your school, or this Lord Murdoch, is he a magical type of fella?
Well, he has a number of magic items, as one would expect of someone of his station, but I've never seen him personally cast any spells or magic, no. He utilizes the help of a court mage.
Alright, so he has plenty of contacts then.
Oh, yes. I imagine he knows quite a few people. Why?
Oh, that can come in handy.
I'm sorry, what?
That can come in handy.
Oh, I imagine so.
And he will... He doesn't really give a shit about people saying... He will start to clear a spot on the table, as he'll just look up at you one last time with a questioning gaze, saying, "You sure?"
At me?
Yep.
She will look at you and she will say, Lorian, that doesn't belong to me. That belongs to all of us. I just happen to find it. If you have a need for it, nobody here objects. I think we all want you to use it.
And so look specifically over at Wander and say, "Is there anything you'd want to use this for?"
He'll just kind of ponder for a second and then say, "No." Kind of eyes shifting about, like he's just making doubly sure in his head.
Why is that such a cute visual?
Anyway, for real, that is.
He uses it to, I don't know, scry on Nyx and make sure Lorian didn't kill him.
That's true. You guys haven't seen him yet. You didn't ask him about him.
Just under the table, Wander's doing the gestures to cast sending and just going, "You all right?"
He just gets sobbing back.
That's even worse. Sounds of frantic scrubbing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so much worse.
I'll never be clean.
Anyway.
Anyway. Yeah.
So,
if they don't care, he's going to try to use it.
okay. You lay the scroll on the table and pour your power into it. And as you do, each of the runes that are inscribed in it in turn fill like a mold having glowing metal poured into it. Your power traces its way across each line rapidly, filling it quickly. And once the entire document is filled, there's a shimmer and a low flash, and the words, the runes start to expand, moving outward, running together, forming almost a pool in the surface of the scroll. And as you stare down into it,
Oh no.
okay. No, Tyler. I have better uses for it.
No.
As you stare down into it, there is a sense of movement, of travel, of your point of view being hurled across miles and miles of terrain. And after a few moments of this sensation, things start to clarify. And you see now clearly and close up for the first time this creature that you spotted so long ago. Its form is still monstrous. A creature of metal bands that move like flesh. With the agility and predatory menace of a large cat, you watch as it moves over terrain. You look, and the terrain is fields, hedgerows parting them, clearly land that has been worked by civilized hands. It seems to be searching as you watch its head lifts, panning backward and forward, swaying in the air as though it were a creature searching for a scent. And as you look with it, scanning the area around, you see in the distance a city. Has Lorium ever been to Vanya?
That's across the river, yeah?
Yes, that is the capital of Caleronava.
He has not.
And you do not recognize this. Well, actually, give me a history check, because it is possible you would have seen depictions.
Depictions on maps?
Or, like, paintings and the like. It's a very picturesque, very famous city.
True.
So no, you do not recognize it.
Damn it.
But the skyline, nonetheless, is highly distinctive. It seems to sit on the shores of a large body of water. A tall curtain wall of stones surrounding it. And rising from behind the wall, you not only see the smoke of countless chimneys and industries, you also see a large domed structure, and surrounding it, 7 tall, broad towers, each of them seeming to be a distinct style of architecture, but all of exactly the same height. And you watch as the creature is just moving back and forth, seeming to search for this scent. But its course, as its feet, clawed with metal talons, pads through the crops, carrying it toward the distant city. Is there anything else you wish to try and discern?
Yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah, that's that distance. I don't think I can. Yeah, but he is taking very heavy mental notes over this city, and is.
What do you mean at this distance?
Because I was going to ask about other land masses. I mean, a massive body of water right next to it makes it either a coastal city or one of the inland cities. But any other land formations around any mountains or forests?
Give me a perception check.
Cute.
By the way, Naira has scooted up to the table and has both of her arms propped, like her elbows propped, and she's just got her chin in her hands and she's staring at you.
As all the sigils on the paper are basically burning in a slight purple evanescent glow.
Yep. And
Yep.
his eyes are like the whites are entirely gone, and they are similarly they're glowing with the same effervescence as the runes. When you look at the scroll, you see only the activated runes. You do not see that same shimmering pool that he sees from his perspective. With an 11, you cannot discern any other truly distinctive landmarks. You can see hedgerows, fields, rolling hills, and the like. The occasional distant farmstead, but nothing that is truly like that you would be able to pin down, other than the skyline itself.
Okay. In that case, he would just spend those 10 minutes watching this sumbitch, but probably cut it off after about 7 or so.
Okay, Nyx, I'll say that if you so choose, you can complete your ablution and descend to the spectacle of your friends watching the apparently entranced Lorium sitting at the table.
When Nyx walks into the room, other than like the parts that are covered with armor, he looks like how the cat in Oliver and Company looked when he went over the air grate. He just looks really fluffy, and his tail is down and his ears are down, and he makes a beeline towards his sister.
Nyx? What happened to
No.
you?
Can I talk to you alone?
Uh,
And you will notice he is not looking at Lorium. He is not acknowledging Lorium.
Are you hugging her right now?
No.
Okay.
I mean, if anybody would like to, go ahead and roll insight checks.
Lorium, you cannot roll. You are not perceiving
I
the
thought
area around you right now.
Oh, this ended. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, this is during your
I'll do this. Get that
your
net 20 out of here.
Yeah, that's all high enough. Nyx is radiating shame. Absolute shame.
This is so wrong to laugh at.
And he is like, Naira would probably recognize that he is like upset and like beside himself. And again, he's like, can I talk to you?
Of course.
Can I talk to you?
Lorium's just finishing up, yeah. Of course. Okay. I can't. It won't let me go outside.
Well, when we get there, I think Nyx turns to Naira and he's like, "Oh, Naira, I messed up. I messed up big time."
How? What?
Say that again.
How? What is this in regards to?
Well, first I need a favor. Do you still have that tankard?
Nyx, it's kind of important. What do you think you messed up on?
Naira, this is important to me. Do you still have that tankard?
Yes, of course. And she starts digging through her pack. But I gotta roll an intel. How much what have I put together? You've definitely been avoiding Lorium's face. you look ashamed. So I'm going to roll an intelligence check, and yeah, I figured this out. So as she is not moving very urgently, which you probably notice, and she goes, "Is this with regards to Lorium?"
I don't know how it's catly possible, but he gets even like shamier, smaller.
Is it because you woke up in the same bed with Lorium?
Yeah, Naira, I drank too much last night. I think I need to lay off. I need to lay off of it. Can I just have that tanker for a while? I'm just gonna make sure all that I drink is water, cause I can't.
You
Naira, I
didn't
messed
do
up.
anything with Lorium. You did drink too much. You passed out down here, and we took you upstairs. You didn't mess up. And she hands you the tankard.
What?
All of that I just said. We took you upstairs. You were passed out. You and he are very heavy. Did you not notice that you were still in your armor?
He walks away.
We didn't. I don't. All right. She puts the tankard back in her bag.
Oh no, he took the tankard.
Oh. Okay. Naira's just shaking her head.
And I'll say that at around about this point, Lorium, your spell ends. Your eyes clear, the runes fade, and the scroll dissipates into ash on the table.
Can we say it just burns in purple fire for flavor?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah, everything's purple. I'm blue Abu Duch. No.
Shut up.
Yeah, he'll just snap too. Did Naira come back?
Yes. She's shaking her head.
Did I miss something? Did I do something wrong?
Huh? No. Lesson learned. What did you learn?
Well, the bastard's not anywhere around here. He was walking on worked land, but it was field next to any forests, as far as I could.
What did you
But,
see?
He was walking towards a big city, next to a big body of water. I didn't recognize the city, but it had this one really big dome-like building.
What do I need to roll?
7 big towers next to it.
Either you or Nyx, having spent time in Vanya, once he mentioned the 7 towers, you don't actually really need to roll anything. You are familiar enough with Vanya and the skyline there to recognize his description. The dome is the Imperial Palace. The 7 towers are the 7 colleges of Vanya, which are home to the preeminent, I should say, magical schools of the Harashan coast.
I mean, they're no sort of any, but and Naira will, as soon as you start talking about that, she'll go, "Oh, that's Vanya."
Oh, is it?
Oh yes, I've actually been to those towers. And I'm sorry, what did you say the big dome was?
That is the dome of the Imperial Palace.
Oh, that's where what's his face? The king likes to spend some time, obviously.
What?
Space.
As he's
I've forgotten his
as you see him
name.
kind of sit back at the mention of Vanya, and he'll start. Like, you recognize this look. It's a person in thought trying to remember something. And takes about 20 seconds or so, but he'll pop out of it and just, oh shit, that's where I went to school.
I'm sorry, who?
Buddy of mine. That's the one I'm trying to protect. Now that I think about it, it makes sense they'd go there. But also not at the same time.
Well, the Azure will probably have a stop in Vanya. It does go up that river to the is it the internal sea? Inner sea?
The inner sea,
The
yes.
inner sea. It does go up that river to the inner sea.
That's on the way to Slovenia?
Sorveni, yes.
I don't know how to do that shit, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'm sure it wouldn't be too much trouble. We could probably just catch another ride on another one, or from Vanya, it's not too far to get to Sorveni anyway. If you wanted, we could make our way down to Amosa and then take the Azure up to Vanya and see if we can't find this big cat of yours.
But I'm just making perfectly clear that's on the way.
Yeah, well, it should be. That, I mean, unless there are some dramatic change of plans.
Oh, it's like a cart stop. It just goes to specific routes every single time, and then does a big loop, yeah?
Yeah, basically. It'll stop at several ports along the way, and it should be stopping at Vanya.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we'll get to stop and see Lord Murdoch.
And that's when Nyx walks back up to the table.
Fuck.
And he looks drastically different than he did a minute ago. He's almost kind of reverted back to that like facade that he had at the beginning of the trip. And he just says, "What about Lord Murdoch?"
He's a son of a bitch. Hey, you're back. And he'll just point up at Uther and Naira. Sorry.
Did I
And just
hear
say,
that?
I did Yeah, you did.
Her ears flatten when you call him a son of a bitch.
He's just pointing at you and Uther.
Yes, I already told him.
Oh shit, I missed a bit there.
Oh yeah, I know all about that joke. Now you were talking about Lord Murdoch. Did he call you again?
Yes, he sent to me. And she gets very excited and starts bouncing in her chair. And she explains that he's booked his tickets on the Azure to get me back to Sorveni. I guess a kind of reward for finding Morwen. I'm so excited. But we've got to get down to Amosa, like, now. Well, tomorrow. We can leave tomorrow. But the ship leaves in 10 days. 7 days. 7 days.
Well, is there anything else we need to do here? Because I'd be up for just leaving now.
Well, we should probably sleep. Oh, and I should give you this. And at this point, she divvies out. Everybody gets 54. I think it's 54. Let me double check.
54? That's a lot of money.
I'm rich.
I'm not even waiting for
Yeah,
to correct yourself.
Yeah, it is 54. 54 gold each.
We're going to be robbed.
From the stuff that she managed to sell while you guys were incapacitated.
Yeah.
As you're kind of divvying out the money, Wander will say to Lorium, "Why do you seek a cat?"
Because the bastard kills people. Pretty sure I know who he's trying to kill.
Wander kind of does that, like, looks away from you and, like, almost squints and then kind of turns his head a little more. And then
Lorium.
says,
Like an owl?
kind of like, like a double take. And he just says, "A cat kills."
Not a normal cat one.
Oh,
It's kind of like you, actually.
Oh, well, do we need to take care of this cat thing before we head to Vanya?
I'm just gonna do a quick check. I'm gonna
roll the funny dice, roll the funny rock.
Yeah, we can totally deal with that.
Some beast hunter you are.
I'm not a blood hunter, man.
It's not what I said, but okay.
I know you said beast hunter, but that's basically.
Shut up.
It's more on the way. Apparently, from what your sister said. How long does this boat make stops?
I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head, Sky Daddy.
So you know that the Azure essentially just much like a ocean liner has a route that it runs constantly. And let me just make sure that everybody can look at the same map. I'm just gonna post in general. Here we go.
I just want to know if it's like just stopping to pick people up and drop people off, or if it's just staying for like a day or two and then going.
Oh, right. Okay, I thought you meant like how often does it make stops? But no, yeah, each typically when it comes into port, it will stay for at least one full day, depending on the particular port that it is stopping at. It might stay for 2 days, depending on like the business that people have and stuff like that.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Typically, like if there's no particular business, it will typically be like it will come into port one full day and then leave on the next available tide. So you might generally get like a day and a half.
And Naira's probably chattering about it like, I have no idea how he managed to pull these particular strings. I mean, normally the Azure is booked up for months in advance, so...
Well, I think when we do get there, we can just... well, I can. I'll get off and ask a couple of questions. And then hopefully get back on before it takes off.
Well, that is one way you can do it, sure. If that is how you would prefer to go about it, then...
Is there another one, Naira?
And her whiskers twitch.
His mannerisms towards that question towards you were more joking, like he's leaving the floor open to you if you have other suggestions.
Yes. At this point, Nyx probably actually knows what's going on. But Naira doesn't know. Very rarely does this happen, I guess, but Naira doesn't know what to say. she doesn't want to impose.
Posed on who?
On you.
Oh,
She is. So she will say, well, the offer is still out there. If you would prefer companionship while you do this, you don't have to go alone, but I don't want you to think that you have to invite us or me.
oh
or...
no, you guys are perfectly fine with coming along. I was just wanting to make sure that you guys aren't left behind. Something happened.
He really does care.
Shut up on.
Sorry.
Well, we're a team, Lorian. If it does take a little longer, then it'll just take me a little longer to get back to Sorvania is all.
Roll an insight check.
Nope.
10's enough for something. It was 10, 15, 20. You just see his face soften a bit. Naira as a character can take that as how she will.
But then she will sort of cast her gaze to everyone else and say, is that all right with everybody? Does that sound like a plan? Are we going to go down to Arosa?
Well, I mean, it sounds like where the both of y'all need to go is in that direction, right?
Yeah, seems like it.
So I guess it's settled. And he'll just like look to his sister, look across everybody else, and then realize he's making the decision.
Boss Scout.
She is
The
still.
role has been inherited.
Naira is still waiting to hear from Wander and Uther because she, in her mind, it's up to a vote. So we have 3 people who have said yes. So technically, that means we've got a majority. But
That is majority. Our votes no longer matter.
she,
And in
But they are
Uther's
still
mind,
welcome.
that's 3 people persuading him to say yes. But
I mean, we still got to get, the Electoral College and all that shit involved, but.
Yeah, let's be honest. Our votes don't really matter. None of our votes do.
That's when we ask your master specifically. What we do
Yeah,
next.
see, the thing was, y'all shouldn't have let Nyx take the ballots. That's where you messed up.
Anyway, so Nyx and Naira are both looking curiously to Uther and Wander. They being the only ones who haven't spoken yet.
Then it's decided. We're going to wherever Naira said the pleasure cruise is going to be.
I think
That
we're
was
all
all
in
he
this
was
for
thinking about.
entirely different reason.
After Uther says that, Wander will kind of come out of his thoughtful stupor, and despite all that has transpired between now and then, he will look to Lorium and say, "Why does the cat like me kill?"
I don't really know, to be honest. It just seems to hunt. And it ignores most people, but a certain type of people it will kill.
Like who?
Like a dead guy named Calcifer. Well, what he used to look like.
And forgive the pun, but Wander kind of gets stone-faced and just stares forward. Doesn't respond to the fact that his vote is still asked of him.
So, Wander,
That's everybody at the table just staring at you.
Yep.
do you want to go to Sorvani?
Kind of eyes still kind of staring off into space. He just goes, yes.
Okay.
Then are we leaving right now or in the morning?
I mean, shit, if you want to get like 4 extra hours of travel.
Oh, I would much prefer to
It's
sleep in a
actually
bed.
already. It's about 6 p.m., so it's already starting to get on toward twilight a little.
Well, some of us already have.
You have the worst hangover, both of you.
No, I'm doing all right.
Wander hits you in the head and gives you a worse hangover.
Fuck you! I cast thaumaturgy into your head.
It
I'll
explodes.
give you a
and you're
metallic
horrified.
hangover.
Anyway, if you guys are retiring for the night,
Naira's
Zavara.
okay.
Sorry,
Go ahead. Nope.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
on.
Go
No, no.
ahead.
I was just going to ask, like, are you guys at this point, with your decision made, are you guys going to be retiring for the night, or is there any other business that you want to accomplish?
I want to get a cart.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
No, for the group.
Well, I mean, we gave those people a cart. Maybe they brought it back and we can just take that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, God, did they not make it
yeah.
back?
In fact, Naira, you would know from, and anybody who accompanied her on her shopping expedition as you kind of moved around town, you would know those people did indeed make, and you actually met them yesterday or earlier today during the celebration. They did make it back to Aldwell in one piece, and your car is actually available at the stables, along with the 2 horses that you sent with them.
Didn't I negotiate joining up with a caravan? So we could travel in bigger numbers?
I guess you could, yeah.
I thought that was something that we discussed when I was negotiating. I could be wrong.
They'll only slow us down.
Okie doke.
Well,
then I definitely don't want that.
I mean, it could potentially slow you down, like wolves and shit won't come at you, but bigger shit that don't care probably still will.
I mean, yeah, there are caravans, like there are merchants that are moving through the town. So you would be able to talk to one of them and potentially work out a like if they were heading your way to travel in a group if you wanted to.
You can build up a little bit of fame from traveling caravans. Could potentially make some extra coin while going. If they don't slow us down.
Well, I mean, if we want, we can always start off with them, and if we want to make more time, we could always leave them in our dust. So to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I think Nyx will stand up and say, well, since I dilly-dallied earlier in the day, there are a couple things that I'd like to pick up. I'll see y'all in the morning. And gives like an awkward look to Lorium and then just like about faces and pew!
Yeah, don't be in my bed again.
Wasn't planning on it!
Okay. So Nyx, I'll get to you in just a second. Is anybody else going to want to accomplish anything or are the rest of you turning in?
I'd like to do something.
Okay. So I will circle back around to you as well. Uther, Lorium, Naira, are you guys just going to kind of acquire rooms and bed down?
That was my intent.
Okie doke.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say yeah. So go ahead.
Okay.
Lorian would just, if it was made known that we had the stuff at the stables, he would just go start outfitting it for tomorrow's travel. It seems like we're going
Okay.
tomorrow.
Yep. You're able to head over to the stable. You are greeted with the usual enthusiasm by your two biggest fans, who are more than happy to hang around and help you prep the wagon as well as your mounts, reassuring you all the way that they took the best possible care and hovering expectantly at the opportunity. But Nyx... Oh, sorry, go on.
Sorry. You would ask Sunshine how they actually did.
Yeah, she actually seems pretty happy. Like, oh no, is it he or she?
It's a shame, yeah.
Yeah. She actually seems pretty happy. Like, this has been a, she is definitely action oriented, and is a little bit and is keen to get out and on the road, but she enjoys a break from things as much as the next horse. And yeah, she's been very comfortable the last couple of days.
You fuckers actually did pretty good. As he would flick 1 gold coin to each of them. The 2 little shitheads. And then would just say, alright, now get over here and help me set this bitch up with new fittings. Indicating
You are, sir. And so, yes, you have 2 enthusiastic helpers for as long as you need them.
Right.
So, Nyx, you head out into the gathering evening in the small settlement of Aldwell. Where are you heading?
I am headed to my good old buddy, character actor Samesh.
Okay.
And Nyx is going to procure 50 gold worth of materials so he can make some doses of poison.
Okay. Yes, you can absolutely acquire the necessary items there, and Shamash is more than happy to provide them to you with no questions asked. In fact, given that you are my favorite customers, and you have given me such, not only done a great boon for our town, but allowed me to exercise some knowledge that I have rarely gotten the opportunity to use, I will be happy to provide with you with a 3rd portion of ingredients for absolutely no charge.
Okay. Actually, Samesh, I do have a question for you. Do you know anything about, I don't actually know if we ever got their names. They were these creatures we ran into in the woods that, like, they hung around spiders and they could almost, like, work with giant spiders. And I describe the Ettercap.
Okay. He kind of listens very intently, scratching at the scale under his chin, and then goes, No, I don't believe I know anything by that description. Poisonous, you say? Well, I mean, I wish I could be of more help, but no, to be honest, I have devoted myself to the study more of, the plants and the mushrooms and the like, more than the things that can wander around and eat you. Though, as recent time has shown, perhaps that is a subject worth my time.
Well, it was worth a shot. I was thinking about next time I whip up my poison, I throw a little of that in there, and I wasn't quite too sure what it would do, but you know what they say. If you're gonna make some omelets, you're gonna break some plates.
I'm not entirely sure that's what most people say about that. But well, if you have some of the substance that these creatures were utilizing, I would be more than happy to, shall we say, test its veracity.
I hate myself for this. I'm gonna take out a vial and then I'm gonna secrete some poison into it, and I'm gonna give it to him for experimentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
He spends a little while kind of adding and like divvying it up, putting it through various chemical processes, adding things to it, and seeing how it reacts. There is eventually a rather large puff of very acrid smoke, and he kind of turns coughing toward you and just well, in all honesty, I have never quite encountered a substance of the like. It has eluded my attempts to discern its precise chemical functionality or composition, but given the acridity of the smoke that produces, I would imagine that, applying it to any kind of organic material would be to its detriment.
All right. Looks like field tested. It is. And then I think he'll start to head out, and then he'll like turn back and he'll just, hey, how is Aldwell holding up? Since,
Oh, well enough, well enough. There were, the fallen were mourned, but all of us know there would have been a lot more of them had you fine folk not arrived. Victory is never without cost, but it is victory nonetheless.
yeah, I'm just glad we could help you out. Well,
We believe you, so are we.
well, you take care of yourself, and if you make any more stuff that explodes, maybe set it aside for us. And he'll like give him a sly little like wink, and then he will shuffle out the door.
Before you leave, he actually he kind of grins and just goes, "Oh, believe me, I will. Tell you what, here, for the road." And he holds out a small dish of familiar-looking mushrooms.
I will take them.
How
many?
You have 3.
I think Nyx will make his way out, and if he's still there, I think he would head over and walk towards Lorium.
Okie doke. We'll circle back to you in just a tick. Wander, what are you up to?
Wander is gonna try to find Hamish to get his ring back.
Yes, you're able to do so. He is it doesn't take you very long. You actually find him hanging out outside of his grandfather's shop, talking with several of the other younger adults. He immediately recognizes you as you approach, and all of them at this point are fairly familiar with your role in the events that have transpired in the town, and so none of them initially you got kind of used to being treated with a certain wariness and even outright fear. That is very much not in evidence, as they all kind of somewhat eagerly kind of almost come to attention as you approach.
They expect another ring. They will be robbed now. Yeah, he'll get close, and to Hamish he'll say, "We'll be leaving soon. Do you still have that ring?"
Oh, yes, I do. Sorry to hear you're going to be going. Where are you heading?
A boat.
Oh, well, I mean, I've never been on one. You're going to be coming back?
Maybe.
Oh, I hope so. I hope you'll get to see you again.
I will let you know. And he just kind of puts his hand out.
It's kind of, right, yeah, sure, there you go. And he hands it back over to you.
He'll he'll take it and put it onto one of his fingers and just say, like as he's doing it, he'll say, "I had a gift, but Uther wanted it too. Sorry."
It's no trouble. I mean, we're all just real glad that you guys came here. If there's ever anything you need, you just let us know. Anything we can do for you.
Wander will just slouch down just a little bit and put his hand on Hamish's shoulder and just kind of look into his eyes and just say, "Live," and then just stand back up.
They'll kind of look at each other for a moment and go, right you are, sir. That was the plan.
And at that, Wander will kind of end the conversation and start to walk off towards the Fox and the Hound
Okay.
to procure another thing. So Nyx and Naira can do their thing while Wander does his thing.
Yeah, so Nyx, you're able to join Laurium at the stable. The cart and the horses and everything were being kept fairly at the ready and being very well looked after. So it doesn't take you very long to get everything prepped for the next day's travel. So probably around about the time that Nyx has arrived, especially with the assistance of your two very eager assistants, you feel like you're pretty much done with any preparation that you would need to do.
All right. So what's little old Nyx doing?
I think Nyx just walks up to you, like, very directly, looks you in the eye, and just says, "If it's all right with you, we can forget that happened."
Oh no, I never forget.
I would prefer we don't think about that, but we are getting them back, right?
Well, 100%. I was actually going to come to you with that suggestion.
Oh, you have a suggestion? Because,
Well, I ain't got shit yet, but I'm fucking thinking.
Well, Samesh hooked me up, and he'll show Laurium the mushrooms.
You know, some sort of narcotics have a bit of a different effect when you put them in different shit.
Yeah, that's true. But, as long as we're in agreement that at some point, when they least expect it, they're gonna get got.
Yeah, they gonna get got. Either with mushrooms or your sister like water.
Not particularly.
That is such a weird question. Does your
We're
sister
going
like
on-
water?
Going on a boat. I'm just saying.
Well, I think like I think she enjoys the thought of water. I don't think she particularly enjoys like swimming. I don't know. That might be a question you need to ask her. I don't know that we've ever really talked about swimming. You're not gonna throw overboard, are you?
Nah, there's probably like a pool or something.
Right. I mean, I'm only asking because it seems like your first instinct is to like throw things.
What's your passive insight?
16.
It flashes mine a bit.
Well, we don't have to decide now. That'll be part of the fun. Coming up with something equally as mortifying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Uther's gonna get something more physical. As his tail look unfurls from below his cloak and just slaps the ground with the nub.
Whew. Note to self: do not piss off Lorium.
You already did. I don't know why you're talking to yourself, you fucking weirdo.
Hey, did you tip those guys? And then he's gone.
Yeah, I did. You can fade to black on that.
So, Wander, you had something remaining that you wanted to do?
Yes. About what time? You said about 7 p.m. Kind of close.
Yeah, at this point, it's getting towards 7-ish. It's sort of twilight. Not full dark just yet, but definitely on its way.
Wander's going to go upstairs to the room that he and Lorium had previously shared several nights ago, many nights
In
ago.
the bed.
And in that room is hopefully still the armor that he left from Athkodad in there.
Oh, no, that it wasn't left in the room, but upon your return, as you were kind of like going through the selling process and everything like that, it would have been provided back to put back into your possession. It was basically being stored in a back room.
Oh, okay. Well, then if I have it, then I'll just go straight to Holland, Hallwin, Ballin, Hall. Yeah, that one.
Holla.
Blacksmith.
I'll go to the blacksmith. Yes, I'll go to him, in his blacksmith hut with the armor.
Okay.
And
Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, once I get there, he'll. It's just like an open, like, thing, right? There's no door.
Well, the forge floor is pretty open. Yeah, like the work area is open. There is a building that is essentially like the house that is attached to the forge and the smithy. That is a proper like enclosed space, but no, yeah, the work area is fairly open. And Hallen and a couple of members of his family are there, even at this time of night, working away on something.
Dope. Wander will approach, kind of holding the kind of busted up armor, and he'll approach Holland and say, "Will you help me fix this?"
And he kind of looks it over and goes, "Well, I suppose it depends what you want it to do, but I can give it a shot. Who do you want it fitted for? Yourself? I mean, you're
Yes.
pretty metal as it is."
And as he's talking, Wander will hold on. I actually have to read how this works because maybe he doesn't. Yeah, okay, he doesn't. So Wander will just say, "I need to wear it." and then just kind of move one of the plates around, and on his shoulder and under the plate is a chain that's kind of ever moving.
Okay. So he kind of looks you over and looks at and kind of seems to be taking in your construction in detail, and just goes, "Aye, I suppose we can make it work. Sure. Uh, Get in the stand." And he he directs you over to the same spot that he had previously fitted Lorium, which is kind of like a sort of series of gantries that let him kind of climb up and around and over you. And yeah, you were able to spend the next hour or so kind of incorporating or fitting plates into particular places on your body, and yeah, gain the integrated protection.
Was I should ask. I thought the armor was like fucked up. Does it not need work done on it?
Because you are already metallic, like he's anything. It's mostly the fittings and like the bits of chainmail and stuff like that that were fucked up. The plates themselves are relatively intact, being giant metal armor, plate metal armor. So yes, there is some work that is needed to on some of them, and to make sure that the fittings are properly set on your form. But yeah, over the course of an hour or two, the two of you working together are able to make it work.
Yeah, it's 2 hours because the first hour is Wander holding his hand out and just chain spilling out of it because he is wearing chainmail, and it takes an hour to doff armor.
Right. He seems fascinated, perplexed, and like, you know how like a bull gets angry the more bewildered it is? You get the same kind of vibe from him for a portion, but especially since anger seems to kind of be his default state. But on the other hand, he's also very interested in this process professionally, and so it's kind of a weird mix of vibes that you're getting from him over as you spend the course of the evening with him, and yeah, eventually as full night closes in, you are able to don the enhanced armor.
Hell yeah! And just for Holland, just because he's the only one there.
True self.
Yeah. No. After Wander's done doffing the chainmail, he is about a foot shorter.
Oh, okay. Oh, right, yes. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. And then he goes through the process of donning the new armor. He seems just a little bit taller than he was.
Yo.
Okay.
We're actually
Perfect.
building the Iron Giant. Give him enough metal, he'll be huge.
So with your various pieces of business concluded, you're all able to turn to the Fox and the Hound. Anybody that requests one is granted a room. The entire place being put at your disposal. And you are able to bed down for the night, which passes without incident.
Lorium would specifically, for his room, get a key and lock the door, and then go back down.
Wander will be on the other side of the door, which he shares with Lorium.
Oh, wait.
Get really sad and then go back downstairs.
Wait, you were back at that time?
I don't know, but it's a funny visual.
You would have arrived back from the process after everyone else had concluded their business. So yeah.
Did you want to go in there?
Nope, doors closed, doors locked.
I mean, you're free to come in. I'll let you in when I go.
He hears from the other side of the door as he's walking down the stairs.
You're not locked in there, you fucking asshole.
But no, Wander is gonna stay outside for this night because he also has something to do in the morning.
Okay.
Okay.
Does he make a Mandalorian?
So what? How?
Does he make that known to Lorium?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was about to say I'm gonna suffer a level of exhaustion. Waiting for
Oh
you.
yeah. Perfect. Yeah, you're exhausted on the first time Andrew gets critspiration. This is a really good idea.
Yes, it is. That's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
let's do it. Let's all just not sleep for 3
I
days.
really want to get into a big fight.
Anyway, um, so the night passes. You guys all awaken the following morning, ready to begin your journey toward Arosa. Wander, what was the business that you mentioned?
Wonder will go to the Grove of Volsuval with
Okay.
his now prepared spell list,
Okay.
and he will take a spot in his usual calming spot, and he will start by casting tongues on himself.
Okay.
Don't worry, this one's fine. This one's not unexpected. He starts with tongues, which is not concentration, and then he's going to cast Speak with Dead on the Goblin Shaman skull.
Okay. Yeah, you are able to find like a private area where you're able to perform these castings. You pull out the skull, lay it on the ground in front of you, and after you have finished focusing your energies, you see two pinpricks of light flare into being in the now somewhat bare eye sockets. There's a moment of apparent disorientation as the head sort of shudders and twitches, and then you feel the magic settle into place.
And Wander will start by, and again, we were.
You cut out.
We were hostile creatures. It doesn't have to answer truthfully.
Mhm.
There's no zone of truth, nothing like that. He will start by asking, "What is the Great Maw?"
Hmm. The voice that responds is not precisely the one that you became familiar with from the goblin. It seems to come from a great distance, hollowed by time, distance, and the dried mouth that it is emerging from. The great maw shall consume this land. Your petty kingdoms are as nothing. You will be broken. Your crowns, your ambitions, all that you are will feed it.
All good news. All good news. Then he. What kind of being is it?
I'm trying to think about how precisely they would answer.
My best
And
friend.
the skull is actually silent for a long moment, and then answers very simply, a god. above you, me, and all that is in this place.
Interesting. Next question would be, how did you commune at your shrine?
You can never hope to hear his voice. You do not know its hunger.
This is good. This is good. Jouer. Then, did you know about the demon in the mines?
And with your, even with your passive insight, as crazy high as it is, you catch a moment of almost surprise, even on this, dead, misshapen face. And it goes, Demon, the mine served them all. It granted me gifts.
When he can I
It
make?
seemed-
Oh,
Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, is there some kind of check I can make to determine whether by it's referring to this great maw, or by it being some kind of unidentified entity that they just kind of had in the mines? Like, can I tell what it is referring to?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an insight.
I'm going. Make sure I don't roll to myself.
No, hard to tell. You like there was a moment of confusion when you mentioned the demon, but you can't tell. Like it's just very strange communicating in this way. It's hard to tell exactly what was going on and what passes for its mind.
Right.
One question left.
Yep. And then we gotta wait 10 whole days if we want to do it again. And I'm not carrying the head of a goblin for 10 days. Um. Are you the Great Maw's only worshippers?
The Great Maw is master of all. You will all be brought low. If you will not worship, you will feed.
Very good news to have. Very good. Then, I suppose as the spell ends, Wander will pick up the head and just kind of hold it in both of his hands and just flip a coin. Okay. He will wrap it up in the robes that he had taken from the body and kind of hang it from the side of his, or I guess from his waist, like it had been, kind of like a shrunken head.
Okay.
And he'll head back to the Fox and the Hound, and that'll be all.
Okie dokie.
Oh, and one last thing: if he sees Faithful Suval on the way out, he'll just say something quick.
No. You don't spot the old druid.
Okay. Then yeah, he'll head back to the Fox and the Hound, and that'll be that.
Okay. And before we begin our journey, then we'll just take a quick break. I need to grab a drink. My throat is scratchy. I'm getting sick, and probably dose up on some more Dayquil. And we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Hell yeah. Guys, we're halfway through. He hasn't done it yet. Ooh. Ooh. I really wanted him to crit that. I think it's a wisdom save that you have to make.
Oh
on
yeah,
scrying.
the save on the scrying and just be like, no, you don't see anything. It's like, fuck!
Just like, damn it, my scroll!
Yeah, I realized that like the day after we got scrying, I was just looking at what do I get later on in levels, and I noticed 17th level I get scrying. It's like,
Yeah,
hey,
you only have to make it to level 17,
yeah,
which is easy.
easy peas.
Especially with the cat that we're probably going to fight soon.
No, we're not fighting that soon.
Oh, yeah, we are. Oh, yeah, we are. We've been making too many innuendo jokes. We're skating on thin ice.
That's what he throws at us when he's really pissed. That thing has a single attack that could immediately kill Nyx.
Yeah, I know. We fought it.
Yeah, we lived. We took it down
It
to like
let us live.
Yeah,
It stunned me 3 times.
we were only like level 5 or 4.
And it stunned me 3 times. Do you know how much fun it is to be a melee character and not be able to melee?
Oh yeah, you were a barbarian.
Uh-huh. I couldn't do anything for 4 hours. It wasn't for 4 hours. It was more like 2. But that sure was a fun fight for me. I watched you all die, and it couldn't hit me very hard.
Well, it didn't touch me. It killed Hummus's character, or didn't. It knocked her down like 3 times. I kept picking her up.
It's almost like you shouldn't throw creatures that dangerous at a party of level 4 or 5 or whatever we were
There's
characters.
only 3 of them.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's kind of crazy. And I don't think we ever found out why it was there.
No, we didn't, because we all
Yeah.
you all died.
Hey, whoa. You met another person out later,
You're right. You
and
gave
you
me a
didn't
like.
like
He gave me a like. Wait, I did like him.
Nope.
It was just the character. I liked him. The character
Yeah,
at the moment
but
had
Elwyn didn't.
really big trust issues.
You had PTSD. You'd seen all of your friends die. It's almost like that's how every single one of his games has gone so far.
Are you?
Bro, Clunk watched all of the people he cared about. Bro, the week before, like between sessions, I was like, oh, cool. This guy's character, Clunk is like, he's gotten close to him. You know what? He's really going to open up. Half an hour into the session, the guy dies.
It's so.
And then everyone was like, wow, your character's really edgy. And I was like, it's almost like everyone he has tried to open up to has died. Literally right in front of him. That happened to 3 different creatures, my brother in Christ.
It's almost like the party you were playing with really fucking sucked at that time.
Only one of them was a party character. Another one was a dog, and another one was an NPC.
I'm talking about the one who killed the dog.
That was an assassin.
Mm-hmm.
He really said, you know what? No, he's gonna kill your dog. And I was like, why? It's because he didn't want me having a familiar. That's why.
I mean, I am going to kill your dog.
What? No.
Well, it's not my dog. It's Naira's dog, and you live with her, so you got to deal with that.
Loriam likes Valko though.
Like, I don't got to deal with the consequences. You do.
I do like the visual of just the moment you threaten Valko, she just pulls the dogs into your room. It's like, look at them. Look into their eyes.
Narrate while you do it. Stare into his eyes while you narrate. Go, you sick monster.
It's like one of those videos where like
Or-
they somebody will take one of the dog's like stuffed animal toys or something and like hold it up to a counter next to food. Like, oh, look at it, it's getting my food, and then start hitting the shit out of the fucking stuffed animals, and then zooms in on the dog's face. It's like, oh, you're gonna traumatize your dogs like that, Andrew? I'll take that as a yes.
Silence.
He's separating our dogs because one of them was barking at me because he wants my food.
As I was talking about that.
Uh-huh.
Why you no share, human?
Meanwhile, I am looking at funny multi-class options. Not that I'll ever take them, but it's just funny to look at.
You know, I normally am not the biggest fan of like multi-classing,
Same. Never done it.
but there's like one way that I think I'm probably gonna go. Just a 2-level dip. And especially because do you know what the Bard capstone is? I'm not saying we'll make it to 20, but so if I'm out of Bardic inspiration and a fight starts, right?
Don't you get like one back?
I get 1.
It's so great.
That's
Doesn't
such a-
Sorcerer do that too?
Some shit
yeah, it's like you get like 1 sorcery point back. Some of them are really good. Like Barbarian, if you do it all the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like you can have like it's like 26 to your
You get a
strength and
+4.
con.
Yeah, you immediately get a +4 to your strength and con, which can rise to 24.
Meanwhile,
But if you have something above that anyways, then anytime you make like a save or a like athletics or any of those things, you can be like, no, it's actually my strength score. So you could actually be like, it's a 24.
Jeez.
Like,
I like
meanwhile,
how
we have
the
20
fighter has
here.
like 30 attacks by level 20.
yeah.
Yeah. A samurai fighter can definitely just be like, cool, I'm gonna take my 12 attack turn now.
At least it's done quick. It just rolls a lot.
Anyway, is everybody here? Everybody good to go?
Yes.
Yes.
Wunderbar.
Is Christine here?
Yep.
Christine?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, awesome. Then the following morning, dawning bright and early, you guys are able to awaken and begin your journey across the land of Marosa
Let
to the capital.
me
Sorry.
roll my...
Yes.
Map check.
As I see you checking the map, I burn my first bardic inspiration.
He busts out into the map song from Dora the Explorer.
If we ever get a sentient map, I'm gonna burn it.
What do you mean? Now it is our
That's not
sentient map.
great.
Okay, I'm gonna burn her.
That's 1d8.
Maybe.
11. No.
Nope.
How many of those do you want me to roll?
Go ahead and roll 5, because this is a 5-day trip. or potentially shorter if you roll really well.
I thought it was a 7-day trip.
If you were
Oh my
traveling
God.
What?
slow, it would take 6 to 7.
Oh,
7 it is.
4-hour tour.
the bardic inspiration. You keep getting it back if it doesn't work, right?
Well, these are also on successive days, so
Oh.
I mean, you would be able to continue burning them and adding 1d8 if you wish to.
And we're
Yeah.
just
Slash
removing
Slash
one
R.
day
I
in case
know.
it-
You're good.
So that one's a 20.
Okay.
At least.
The third day is bad.
And then just 2 more checks. Okay.
Just for the sake of myself not feeling bad.
You cut out there of you not feeling.
Does guidance help on these checks?
Let me check.
I didn't think it would, but just in
All
case
of
it does, I
these
want to ask.
should be plus
Guidance?
2 as well. Because, or actually, I think it's plus. What's my. Yeah, plus 3 because I'm proficient, so I should be getting proficiency on all of them as well.
And I'd be more
okay.
than willing to burn my inspiration on like every morning when you're checking the map. Be like, all right, plot our way. Make sure we don't get killed. I believe in you. And then burn my first one of the day on you.
We actually died
In
on the
answer to guidance, that is an ability check, not a skill check. So this specifically is like a skill check. So guidance would not apply, unfortunately.
Heard that.
So the crit fail, the 1, turns into a 15. The 13 turns into a 18.
From Bard shit?
Well, if he's giving me, yeah, because my proficiency bonus is plus 3. So all of them are plus 3, and then I'm adding in the 1d8s from the the 18's now a 23. And that one is a 19. So they all succeed except for the crit fail, I think.
Well, you can't technically crit fail a skill check, and even with all of that, like you get around about 10, including the bardic inspiration that you rolled there.
No,
so
that one was a
it's
15.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so even with that, then you're. I think that's a success because it's a DC 13, right?
Yeah,
or is it
and
12?
it's because it's half the party. So yeah, the DC is 13.
Yeah. So so actually, with all of those checks, you are able to chart your course very accurately, and travel quite quickly, and make it in just under. You basically are going to be arriving at about noon on the 5th day of your after you left Aldwell. With those checks as well, you are able to choose the roads that you know to be the most well traveled, most well patrolled by the various authorities of the lands that you travel through, and so are able to avoid any potential pitfalls or ambushes or other encounters that may have otherwise crossed your path. The first day you travel through the familiar to some of you town of Campon. You first traveled through prior to your arrival in Aldwell. Here we go.
As we
Spending
get
the night there, you travel on. Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, as we get closer to Arosa, everybody probably wants to roll, like, wisdom saves or something to see if you guys fall asleep while Naira is telling you all about the history of Arosa and famous
Oh yeah,
battles
I'm
that
gonna
were
roll.
fought here.
I'll roll several of those. Said wisdom.
Probably wisdom, yeah. Seems like it makes most sense.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll 3. There you
God,
go.
you lucky, lucky man. You at least you're able to fall asleep.
I fall asleep on 1.
Ouch.
See how much Uther remembers.
Ooh!
Pretty good amount, actually.
Himbo
Okay.
powers.
He was paying attention.
Enthralled as you are by the voice and stories of your companion, you travel on, resting either under the stars or at a roadside inn each night. The fifth day, the day that you estimate you will arrive in Arosa. Oh, 1 second. Here we go. Okay. So we'll just wait for Uther to get back. Provided it's not too long. But is there anything that anybody wants to, given that you have 5 days of what is essentially downtime, and a cart at your disposal, is there anything that anybody wishes to accomplish? Given that you have the cart, you would be able to potentially, work on projects or the like that would require the use of your hands and things like that, since it's not a requirement that you are going to be riding the entire time.
I do have a question for Uther, but it's not important.
I was just gonna say I have proficiency in land vehicles, so Lorium would happily drive the cart if Naira allowed, and so she could just sit next to him and navigate.
Yes, Naira doesn't feel the need to give you permission.
It's just thematics. So that you don't realize he's actually taking you way off. No, you know what? Thanks for pointing that out, Tyler. No, it's not related. He would actually assist during this downtime. If Naira wanted to teach Falco anything, he would assist her in that, especially if it's combat oriented or defensive, I should say.
And she would usually at the beginning or end of day when we're making camp or whatever. She would. She's trying to get better at sort of dodging and weaving and all sorts of fun stuff like that. So she would start wrestling with the dog, and anybody who wanted to come over and join would be more than welcome. Although if Lorium does, like, Naira straightens up.
Aw.
I think Nyx would join in on that too.
Okay, so then you'll be rolling with advantage. Please give me a animal handling check, Naira, since you are apparently the elected leader of this particular activity.
With advantage, yes?
With advantage.
I forgot to hold the shift. So 13.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me with advantage. Go ahead and roll, let's say 3 times to get an average.
Oh, that's way better.
Okay,
Nice.
21. 13, 21, and
16.
okay. Okay, that gives a very good average. So yes, I will say that you can teach him an extra trick successfully.
Which one? I know that we had we were working on one. Disarm
Oh, that's
was
true.
something that we
Mhm.
were that had previously been started to
So I'll say, yeah, because you were halfway through disarm, you can go ahead and finish teaching. And because you rolled actually quite well for 2 of those 3 rolls, you can finish teaching him disarm and then successfully teach him one more trick on this journey.
dodge. We're teaching him the dodge
Oh.
action.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else that anybody wants to accomplish on this trip?
Yes. I will make my 3 regular doses of poison with my poisoner feat, but then I would like to attempt to make a poison or see what I can come up with the Ettercap sack, and then I would also like to see if I can come up with something that with using the mushrooms where if I pierced like the skin or something with it, I don't know, it could cause them to have like a mini one person version of hypnotic pattern. Like give them like a little bitty
Something that would, cause somebody to just sort of start zoning out.
for like a turn or something. Yeah.
Okay. So first for the Ettercap one, let me take a look and see what would be the appropriate check.
And he would probably bring up his ideas to his sister and enlist her help.
Okay. Assume Naira would be willing to assist.
Of course.
Okie dokie. In that case, for the first one, so for the Ettercap poison, to try and make use of that in the best way possible, go ahead and roll me a nature check with advantage. "23. Okay. You are able to make an additional 2 doses of poison from the Ettercap glands.
And those will just work the same as the
As
regular
standard
poison.
poison. Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. And now roll me a second check for the mushrooms.
Nature with advantage.
Nature with advantage. "20. Okay. If you were to use all 3 mushrooms, you could create 2 doses of hallucinogenic poison that you believe would potentially cause somebody to zone out if it were violently introduced into their bloodstream or subtly introduced into their system."
I will use all 3 of them. Yes.
Okay. You have 2 doses, therefore, of hallucinogenic poison.
I love how you're actually utilizing the poisoner feat. Good
What?
fucking shit.
And I think while he's working, Naira will notice that in this like working with nature, working with plants, he seems to be more in his element. He like where sometimes he doesn't quite pick up on things when it comes to magic or history. It's like he makes the connections there, and he almost not necessarily finishes your sentence, but y'all are we're working on a wavelength together that he normally doesn't achieve anywhere else.
That's cute.
This is not a surprise to me, though.
No, it's a surprise to him, I think.
What's your passive perceptions?
Naira. Oh, sorry. Oh,
Mine's
sorry.
13.
Let's deal with that first.
Mine's
is just-
16.
This is just flavor stuff. So, funny enough, Nyx would notice that because I'm assuming when you're working with the poisons and talking to Naira, you guys are in the back of the cart or something? More stable?
Yes, they would need to be.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Then yeah, every time you guys start going on your little sibling like dual mind rants, Nyx would notice that Lorium's just demeanor just softens up, and you probably notice him peering back a little bit, like listening in on the conversations.
He
And on
loves
y'all's
us.
excitements. But one more thing he would be doing on, well, anytime we dismount, but even when riding for Nyx, is that any of the places we're stopping by, he would buy extra arrows. And he would expect Nyx to continue training on that longbow while we go.
Oh, yeah, every night we stop, Nyx goes up and sets up a target and is just doing his best.
Even while we're moving on the unsteady, horses, he would just be randomly, miscellaneously pointing out like a target, like a tree or something, and just tell him to hit it. But then also he would ask, like, we don't have to role play it or anything, but he would ask Wander if he'd be interested in learning any other martial weapons besides, his mace.
Yeah, I mean he's
Because of
Wander,
that.
when he asks this question,
ooh.
give me an insight check.
Ooh. Ooh. This is my thing. I never fail these. I never fail these because these are my thing. Hiya.
When he asks the question, and you kind of contemplate for a moment the idea of wielding weapons and combat and a desire to learn, you get the briefest flash of looking down at a hand that is at once yours, but very obviously not yours. It is not this hand of metal and stone, but in its grip, a glorious longsword. Feeling is at once familiar and alien. Strangely foreign, but undeniably coming from within.
We're awakening him.
Then I suppose if that's what he sees, he'll kind of excitedly jump at it, and he'll say, "Yes, teach me."
Well, I ain't much of a teacher, but I'll do what I can.
And yeah, anytime we stop and Nyx is training on the longbow, he'll also try instructing Wander on the longsword. which I did realize he does have two.
Yes, you did.
He has a basic longsword, and then he has the longsword of warning.
Hmm.
So yeah, he would give you the basic longsword and basically set up a dummy of sorts with a bunch of sticks and logs. Probably
yeah,
when we
as-
stop by, wrapping a dirty bedroll.
And yeah, each day as you as you halt to rest yourselves and your mounts, you're able to make time for your trainings. The group of you travel together, a now familiar sensation given the time that you spent together in the Dorvashi wilds. Was that a question there or anything?
Yeah, I had a thing I wanted to ask Uther about.
Okay.
And Uther's just been carving away the whole trip. Taking that like it's gonna take me hours anyways, but I'm not driving, so
She would find a way to sort of leave the cart at some point, get back on her horse, and find her way next to Uther. And so we'll be heading back to Sorvetti soon, I guess.
Sorveni. I'll remember you talking about that one. That's important to you, isn't it?
Well, yeah, yes. It sort of, I guess. I'm starting to wonder, when we first started this journey, the plan was for me to go back to Sorveni afterwards and continue my studies and maybe get another field assignment or something along those lines. But I don't know. I was planning to get back into I don't know if I want to go back.
I mean, what? This is your... Isn't that your dreams? Doing that? Like, chasing all that down?
Yeah, it is. But I wouldn't be chasing anything down at Sorveni. I would be back in a tower reading about things in books. Well, for example, where would you go?
I mean, I guess you'd only be doing that for a few years, and I got some time on my clock. I don't know.
I know that
Wait
probably
around
sounds...
till you finish, but you see as he studies you. No. You've gotten bit by it, haven't you?
And she smiles but feigns like she doesn't know what you're talking about. Bit by
This life, this adventure. Going back to a tower seems much less fun than applied magics and metaphysics?
Yeah, that's part of it. I didn't expect it to be as exciting. I thought it would be very dirty and I wouldn't like it very much. But it was
Is very dirty, and you like it a lot.
I do. I do very much, yes. But I've also come to realize that I do that there are people out here that I would rather spend my time with than books. Which is quite the compliment, I want you to know.
I'm deeply honored. I understand the weight that carries, as he just smiles at you.
So if I wasn't to return to Sorveni, would you like to explore a little with me?
You see as he nods. Naira, I'd walk to the ends of the earth with you.
Okay, well, let's go find some adventures.
I'm sure there's town that need saving and evil beings that need slaying. As he instinctually checks his pocket. And yeah, couldn't be more delighted than to have you there.
Okay, well, I will have to think on things, but I'm glad to know that. Thank you.
Unless you want to finish school, I mean, I'm sure I could work out with a bartender and play some music. But I'm not going anywhere, either way. Just make sure it's what you really want.
Okay. Well, then I will think about it. Thank you.
Not a problem at all.
And then she she says something to you. What she says is, and where is Nyx? Out of curiosity.
Where does Nyx need to be?
If Nyx is anywhere nearby, he'll probably want to roll a perception. Because what she says is Minard and Ray.
So, Nyx, first of all, roll a go ahead and roll me a percentile roll just to see like where you are in relation to them. The higher, closer. D100.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, no. You were on the cart, still tinkering and refining your process, and they are a ways off, so you can roll, but it'll be a very high DC.
I was actually thinking that Nyx would have probably seen them talking together and like would have made a point not to listen in.
Okay then. So yeah, you're unaware of precisely what she said.
And Uther would be like, men are gay. Yes, some men are gay. As he would keep writing.
Roll an insight.
Uther out here spitting facts.
That's what he heard. He's like, yeah, some are. Truth.
She looks a little bit disappointed. And then she just says, "That's yes, that is true." And then she just shakes her head.
The himbo.
You do think with that, by the way, that you might have hurt her feelings.
Oh, look what you did.
Yep, wouldn't pick up on it. He would be like, I don't know what I said, and he would ponder it, but not figure it out.
You hurt my feelings by not understanding the language I didn't teach you.
I didn't say that's actually what happened. I said with a 14, that's what he thinks. I'm pointing that out.
Anyway, in various degrees of companionship, the five of you, spend the 5 days traveling across the land of Morosa. The first couple of days on the road, as you pass through Campon and the country surrounding it, you do actually encounter some travelers that ask you if the road ahead is clear, referring to recent rumors of goblinoid activity coming out of the Dorvashi woods. Once you get a little further afield, those questions and the rumors that surround them taper off, and you travel on, thanks to Naira's guidance, sticking to well-traveled, fairly secure routes, and making good time, so that the 5th day dawns with you almost in sight of Arosa. As you continue on, traveling through the morning, the smoke from Arosa's industries and homes grows gradually into a faint, broad strip on the horizon ahead of you. The breeze carrying with it the increasing scent of the sea. Then, at about noon, you crest a rise and see it there ahead of you. Tall, stout walls of stone hiding most of the city, except for a large group of buildings that dominate. Is that loading in for you guys?
No.
Is the scene loaded for
It's
you?
saying 98%
It's at
for me.
98%.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
almost there. It's
So
so
we will-
close.
It's our first big
Dramatic
city, guys.
pause.
As as we start seeing Arosa on the horizon, Naira will get very excited and find her way up next to Nyx and just be like, "Oh, it has been so long."
Yeah, it seems like almost a lifetime ago, right?
I know. Have you been back since?
I mean, I've been out in and out a couple of times here or there, depending on whatever errands I needed to run. What about you?
Oh no, I've never had the chance. I wonder if it's gonna look smaller.
Vanya is bigger, right?
Vanya is substantially bigger.
Well, compared to where we were used to be, and I'm sure this will seem like a little backwater port town.
We're only here for like 2 days. Why am I getting excited?
Because it's our first big city.
And
Oh yeah, Wander's gonna have to adjust.
Wander needs his disguise. Wander needs the sign that says, "Help me find my mom, I'm scared."
We just put one of those like child leashes on him.
And then she looks at you with big childlike eyes, as it were, and says, "Do you think Butterfingers is still there?"
Well, I mean, they might be hurting since they don't have you buying their stuff, but I think they probably got by.
Oh, can we stop by there, please?
Yeah, why not? For old time's sake. And I'm sure you would love to show Laurium and Uther your favorite pastry.
Yeah, fuck Wander, I guess.
Well,
I'm
Wander
sorry,
doesn't
sir. Do
eat.
you eat? Do you eat, sir?
I still like to be included.
We are going to include you. Just down the street is a nice machine bath.
That is feels like I should be insulted.
Just a car wash.
It's just some urchin kids with a bucket and a mop.
No, it really is like a full car wash, but as Wander goes through it, you just hear like the old like Windows boot up noise.
But yeah,
Anyway.
Nix will say, yeah, we can probably. Well, how many days till the boat leaves?
We actually arrived early, so it's 2 days. We probably want to go check in and pick up our tickets, but other than that, we've got a couple of days to spend here. Oh, and I have a background feat. There's
Yes, you
Murdoch. Murdoch has an estate in Arosa, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
A manor. Oh, okay. So yes, when we're now discussing that we're going to spend some time here, Naira's just like, "Oh, we can go to Lord Murdoch's manor." Oh, would you guys like to see it? And she like spins around to everybody, and she's very excited.
I think Nix will chime in and just say, "Well, it definitely been big." Are you suggesting we stay there? Is that what you're suggesting, or just see it?
Yeah, no, she is suggesting that we stay there. She shows that she has a ring of the Murdoch house. And she will just be like, they will welcome us. We won't have to stay in a tavern. We can stay at the estate. I'm sure that they'll turn down some rooms for us. Oh, it'll
Well,
be so fun.
definitely better than camping.
Significantly better than camping. As far as I know, he keeps his staff there. Not a full staff, but there will be people to make sure that we have everything that we need. It'll be grand. Can I show you guys, please?
Mm-hmm. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh,
Sounds better than staying at an inn.
wonderful. Oh, I'm so excited. I don't think I've never seen the inside of this particular manor, so I'd love to see it for myself. But first, we have to go to Butterfingers.
As Naira starts preparing us to go in, Nix will walk over to Wander and just kind of stand beside him and just say, "You gonna be all right with this little charade to keep you safe?"
Maybe.
Well, if it ever becomes too much or you need a break, just let one of us know. We'll get you out of whatever situation we're in. Okay?
Well, okay. His eyes are kind of wide, just taking in the vista in front of him.
Yeah, as you approach, much of it is hidden behind this very stout, quite tall curtain wall. But even from outside, you can see that this northern section, a large promontory of ground is visible beyond the wall. And you can see quite clearly atop it large, fairly grand buildings. It's clearly an area of some wealth. While to the south, separate from the main body of the city, this area is a quite tall, quite beautiful castle. These slender turrets rising from behind, again, stout and well-maintained defensive walls, overlooking the main harbor and the river and the Celor, or the Harashan Sea and the Acellar River that travels north from this town, or from this city, I should say. You, Nyx and Naira, both know this, and you, Uther, as well, probably would be at least passingly familiar with the geography of this place. Know that the area to the north is known as Hightown, and is indeed the more affluent area of the city. However, this area to the south, this somewhat separate kind of compound, is known as the King's Keep, and is indeed the royal palace of the ruler of Morosa and the land of Morosa beyond it. As you approach, the traffic on the road has been getting more and more frequent. The signs that this is a major trade route becoming more and more obvious. You frequently pass merchant caravans going both to and from the city. And as you approach, the main gates stand wide open. Guards in the blue livery of Morosa stand at ease on either side, keeping an eye on the traffic that passes in and out. Not seeming too particularly on alert, they're more or less waving most of the group through. And even your group, as eclectic as it is, receives certainly a close watch, but they don't approach you or appear to be intent on questioning you as you approach the open gates.
As we draw closer to the gate, I think instinctually, Nyx flips the hood up on his cloak and just makes himself kind of blend.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Naira's pointing at everything and going like, "Oh, King Lord Tusio, I think his name is. Let me double check that. Yes, King Lord Tusio actually became king very young," and she starts going off about how he's way more politically savvy than anybody recognizes, and all sorts of things.
Wait, King Lortusio is the king of Vanya.
Oh, right. Yes, I have something for this.
King Alberal
Alvaro.
is the king of Arosa.
Oh, and he's the old one, right?
Yes, he is somewhat older. He is the son of the first king of Arosa, who was an imperial admiral who basically assumed the throne after the interregnum.
Will you type his name in the chat?
Yes.
Next target acquired.
Assuming direct control.
Those of you who are familiar with Arosa know that King Alberal, and in fact the ruler of Arosa, still refers to themselves as Admiral of the Imperial Navy. And indeed, anyone who has any knowledge of the Harashan coast at all, so even Wander, you are possibly the only one who would not be directly aware of this. Arosa is by far the largest and most feared sea power on the Harashan coast. A great deal of the Imperial Navy prior to the fall of the Empire was stationed here, and it has a large number of shipwrights and like military infrastructure to support such a navy, infrastructure that is still maintained and improved by King Albarao. So you approach, and as I said, though the guards do give your group kind of they give you certainly a second look as you arrive at this northern gate, but don't appear to have any great interest in halting or questioning you as you enter. Within, the city bustles with an eclectic kind of metropolitan flair. As you travel the streets, there's dozens of accents and kind of styles of dress and cultures in evidence among those who haggle in the fairly busy market squares. Humans do make up the majority of the crowd, though though you are not, your mix is by no means common. You don't seem to draw a great deal of attention. You spot a number of other tieflings, half-elves, halflings, gnomes, and things like that among the throng. Wander, whenever you are noticed, you do kind of get a bit of a double take. But again, like, this seems to be a town or a city where the unusual is not altogether unusual. And so, though you do, as I said, draw some curious stares, everybody seems kind of, watch you pass and then return to their work.
If
Good
it's
to know.
all right with everybody, I think once we get into the city, Nyx will actually step into the lead. And at first, he does that thing like when you're in a big city and you're showing your family around and you look back and they're like 6 blocks behind you and you're like, oh crap, right, I've got to walk slower. And then he kind of takes the lead on pulling them through the city, and he's gonna start leading them towards Butterfingers. Butterfinger or Butterfingers?
Butterfingers.
Yeah.
Yep. Also, just out of curiosity, is there any sort of like lighthouse-esque thing?
Looks like one.
Yes. Right here and here. There are actually two main towers that are integrated into the city, the curtain wall, but also function as large lighthouses, acting as essentially navigation markers for ships that are coming into port and need to avoid the somewhat impressive rock formations that guard much of the entrance.
Awesome. Good to know. Yeah, I will start at a leisurely pace because I know that my sister is going to be pointing out things, and I want to give her ample opportunity to get all the facts that she wants to out.
Actually, she's probably looking around in a bit of wonder, as I assume that over the past, 12 years, things look a little bit different.
Well, yeah, and especially because you know how like your grandmother's house looks different from when you were like tiny to like
Yeah,
you're an adult now.
like
Hmm.
I remember this place being massive, towering, and like
This
really.
is actually the first time that either of you have ridden through this town. Not only are you both larger, or you, Naira, certainly significantly larger as a
Significant.
person than the last time you were here.
You know how to say the
You are
nicest things to
also
a girl.
taller. Fair. Um, not only significantly taller than the last time you were in the town, but this is the first time that you have seen it from the perspective of horseback, rather than on the street itself. So yeah, it's a very novel experience for you.
I think um, as they ride, because he's getting a new perspective, and I'm sure from up on this horse, it's not as easy to spot the little like waifs darting about, but I'm sure they're there.
Yes, I mean, especially like the routes that you are familiar with, you realize it very quickly, like, and kind of just from your recollections. The main road that runs from the southern gate up through the city toward the market square and then on toward the main square of Hightown. That particular route is well maintained, well patrolled. The routes that you are familiar with are decidedly not, and are indeed populated by not only the smaller waifs, but a lot of the less presentable elements of the city, which are tend to be denser in this southern pocket, southern and western areas. That is something that you just are familiar with from your time here in the past.
I think as there's moments where Nyx will start leading y'all in a direction and then realize, oh, that pathway, we can't fit in there with our horses. And he'll have to like figure out a way around it. And it's like he's still keeping it semi seamless, but there are definitely moments where he even has to like look around and be like, well, I'm used to going through under that house and through that fence. But I guess eventually he'll get us to, because Butterfingers was in the market, right?
Butterfingers was just off the main market square, yeah. So it actually you end up around about there, and Butterfingers is on this block.
Um, I think while Naira excitedly drags everyone else to Butterfingers, I want to search in that area and improv, baby. I want to see if I can find or see if the old Goliath woman who used to help Naira and I out still makes her little spot in this area.
Okay. I also DM'd you something to
Yes,
let
I
me know
see it.
about that. Okay. So let me know if you want to do anything with that. Um,
Meanwhile, I assume Naira's telling what probably actually are sad stories, but she tells them in a way that, like,
That they seem happy,
yeah,
nostalgic.
yeah, exactly. Like, oh, over here, when it rained real hard, Nyx found that there was a place that we could shelter from the rain, but it was just a tiny little crawl space, and only one of us would fit in there. So he would make sure that I stayed warm and dry. And Yeah, I just really appreciated that.
It's touching and horrific at the same time.
This was your
How
home for a bit.
common is the poverty like that? I mean, here.
Oh, honestly, I have no idea. I
Uh, Uther, give me a perception check.
Oh,
Himbo.
Um, I mean, you are
bardic
familiar,
inspiration.
certainly.
Bardic inspiration. I can do that. It's 1d6.
You are familiar enough with port towns and big cities in general to know that there is always an element of, an undercurrent of poverty. And that is certainly the case here. It doesn't seem particularly bad here. This is a fairly bustling trade town, and so there is definitely a great deal of wealth here and a great deal of work. So it's less in evidence than you may have expected, but definitely still present would be the best way to describe the existence and the presence of, the young disenfranchised.
Do I see any tabaxi orphans?
Uh, Other than the one in front of you, no.
Okay, I was just double checking if I had to fix the cycle or something.
you started adopting a bunch of tabaxi children.
But no, that is not to say that there are none of them kicking about. This is after all, you have only been in the town very briefly. But swinging back to you, Nyx. Yes, actually. As you kind of moving through this Goliath woman, was she a operator at Butterfingers, or no? She kind of hung out in the market square, correct?
Yeah. When we first started living on the street, all Maggie would actually hold and watch Naira when she was too small for me to leave on her own.
Okay.
And she would know her as Dreamer.
Got it. Yes, actually. As you pass through the market square on your way to Butterfingers, you do see the familiar, imposing, bald form of Olmagi. She appears to be in her accustomed place, wrangling, essentially running the stables for the market. People who need to bring their animals to the market to bring their goods and the like, will basically drop off their beasts with old Maggie, who not only looks after them but ensures that nobody else interferes with them, whilst other people conduct their business throughout the market. And you see her a little more stooped and a little more wrinkled than you remember, but present nonetheless.
I think Nyx just totally stops where he is and just goes, "There is no way." And he will make his way over to her, and I think he will walk up to her and just, without skipping a beat, just like he had always done, he'll just go, "Well, good to see you still kicking, you old bag of bones."
And she kind of whirls, and there's a moment of fury on her face, before she's kind of stares at you in incomprehension and then breaks into this big, broad grin. And she goes, "Midnight! Is that you, you little fucker?"
So it's Lorium.
No.
Oh, hold on a second. I wasn't prepared for her to call me Midnight.
You're on your own. The rest of them are off on Butterfingers. You said you slipped away from the group.
No, I know. I personally was not prepared. It just hit me. Oh no, he I think like a child runs up to her, still dwarfed by her, I'm sure.
Oh yes, she is like 8.5 feet tall. She is like even slightly bigger than Lorium.
And while I'm sure she does like one of those bear hugs that like lifts me off the ground.
Fully, like just like lifts you like an adult with a toddler, kind of into the air above, as you run up to her. And it's like, God, the pillars! Look at you!
Well, I mean, look at. Oh, nope.
I mean, you're still small, but God, you filled out.
Well, I don't know about all that. I guess I put on some, as the folks will call it, lean muscle.
And she like, drifts your cape out and kind of prods at your arm. And is like, and look at what you wear. God has been good to you. Where's your rags?
Well, I guess it's like that story you used to always tell Naira sometimes. Oh, Dreamer, fuck me. You used to tell Dreamer sometimes little miracles happen. And while we're hugging, he's gonna try to slip his platinum piece into her pocket.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand.
This is the one you fuck up.
Please, please.
Nice.
Yeah, you are able to completely, you assume at least completely unnoticed. She seems fascinated by your cloak and your attire. And at your comment, she kind of just goes, she laughs. And goes, ha ha, so nobody's going to come looking to take this off you then?
Well, now, I'm pretty sure plenty of people want to take it off me. But, nobody that's also looking to stab me. Well,
You always wear a charmer, I suppose.
what can I say? How's the neighborhood been, Mags?
Oh, keeping together, keeping together. King Alvarel's been spending his money pretty liberally, making sure the fleet stays up to snuff. They've been clashing with the Sea Lords often enough. But between you and me, I think he's mostly worried that Vanya's going to start sailing down the Acerel.
Yeah. I guess those big important people can't take 1 second without having a pissing contest.
You said it. But, well, it all means more trade, and that all means more work for me. Which I can't complain about.
Oh, it looks like you've expanded a little bit. 2 stalls?
Well, you needed places to hitch the rest of the horses. You got one of yourselves. I suppose that one's actually yours too?
Oh, yeah. This one's mine. Her name is Horse.
She just grins widely.
Actually, anyway, you can go on break for a moment?
Oh, yeah, for you? Of course. And she looks over and looks at, like, there's a human who is kind of standing and kind of watching this interaction, and she goes, "Farley, watch the place for a minute. What does you need, Squirt?"
I don't know if I'm Squirt anymore. I'm at least several inches taller.
Up to her belly button.
And he'll actually he'll just say, I've got a bit of a surprise for you, and he'll lead her to Butterfingers, where
Okay.
Naira is.
Okie dokie. So Naira, meanwhile, you have led the rest of the group to Butterfingers, which is indeed smaller than you remember it, but is nonetheless a bustling bakery. There is even from out on the street, the smell of fresh baked bread and dough is pervading the air. There is a service counter out of the front that is apparently manned by a couple of people, and it's doing a fairly brisk business at this time of day. Above it, there is a sign that bears the just bears a fairly basic painted loaf, but additionally a long and somewhat ornate painting of their signature pastry, which is indeed a long, thin sweet roll, heavily iced with buttercream.
Which Naira is so very excited about. And she will happily say that whatever anybody wants, it's her treat. This is just the best place in the world, other than obviously the Sorveni Library.
Lauren will just sort of look around, and by his time being on a coastal city, he's at ease, but not quite. Looks nostalgic, but what do you recommend?
Well, I've only ever had two things here, to be fair. So I don't know that I could speak on what their best stuff is, but their eclairs are wonderful.
Fuck.
What did I do?
No, he disconnected. He rejoined on his phone.
No idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're
But
Okay, I kind of gotta show you guys something. Hold on. Can I make this work? Hold on. Without flashing everybody. My dog is being my dog, and I kind of gotta show you guys this. I can't reach my mouse.
I'm sorry. Having issues.
Did that work? This is my dog hanging out in my lap. Can you guys see this?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a refill.
Yes.
yes, Tyler, you missed a sweet interaction.
I don't think I did.
Oh!
Look at you.
Oh,
He's a little pooper.
I'm also guessing that is
He's not little.
a tiny
Look at,
chair.
yes.
He's a little pup.
Look at the size of his head.
There is which one? Tycho?
Yes, this is Tycho.
There
he-
is no Christine, only Tycho.
Is he
Yes.
staring at one of the mothers?
No, he's staring at my shumai, which he really wants.
Oh.
Like, desperately. As you can
Yep.
see, just solid focus.
Hachi would be doing that too if he could hop in anything higher than like half a foot off the floor.
You're...
He does not use his hind legs to jump.
Now I gotta be careful, because my shirt is very low cut, and the dog is being a bro.
Hi, puppy.
Anyway,
I love seeing dogs.
He won't leave me alone.
so your group, or the group has gathered in front of Butterfingers. As I said, it's doing a somewhat brisk business, but you absolutely are able to approach the counter if anyone chooses to.
Yeah, Lorium will try an eclair. What kind of assortments do they have, Sky Daddy?
They actually have like this being a port town. There's a large selection of fairly exotic kind of ingredients, spices, and the like available. So they do actually have a fairly wide selection. In terms of eclairs, they have your basic cream fill. They do actually have a kind of cocoa bean chocolate equivalent, as well as a couple of different varieties of essentially like that are very heavily kind of spiced. They're still sweet, but like they're spiced with cinnamon and aniseed and things like that.
He will try the most exotic looking one, which is probably heavily spiced.
The most exotic looking one actually is sprinkled with red chili flakes on top of a chocolate cream.
I cannot tell you how disappointed I am that you did not say that it was mushroom and anise.
Oh, missed opportunity, yeah.
Deep
Maybe at the
mushroom and
next
anise.
They're out of stock right now. Yeah, it's Naira's recommendation. He'll begrudgingly try one.
It will set you back a silver piece, being fairly exotic and
It'll set
and
me back.
expensive in that way.
It'll set me back. I offered to pay.
Fair enough. And it is absolutely delicious. Very well made, very well flavored. You kind of get, there's a reason that this place is still in business after 12 years.
And I have to say it. So Naira's just going, ooh, I love tiny cakes, and there are so many.
He'll just look back to the rest of the group and just, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yes, I was born in the eclair.
You merely adopted the eclair.
And Naira has just now figured out that she actually has enough money to splurge, because in her mind, this was all like, this is a very expensive, very rare treat. And suddenly she realizes how much money she has on her, so she's going to ask for a box. and she is going to get like all of the stuff that her little childhood heart always wanted to try, like one of those what are the courtesan puff pastry tower things, and like layered phyllo dough, like baklava and all that crap. She wants the most expensive, the most decadent looking things in the place, and she's just so excited.
It's like being a child getting your first paycheck and going to the snack aisle.
Right? Except her first paycheck, it wasn't like half what she expected because of taxes. This is great.
Yeah, so for 2 gold, you get more pastries than any one person could reasonably consume in a week.
And diabetes.
Just these. Just, yeah, like this.
You already have the
handed
horse.
over to you. stacked high with dough, creams, and every kind of filling that you couldn't afford as a child.
This is the best.
You're gonna have to make a lot of pit stop.
And
And as you are being handed this confectionery mountain, a familiar face shows up in the company of your brother. All Mags.
I will. In fact, I just started looking around for him, and so I will now. Do I drop my box of pastries? Is what I'm wondering.
Shove it in Uther's arms.
A dexterity save.
That's +8.
I will try. Definitely.
Oh no!
That's
Who's
enough. You
standing-
are able to kind of to offload it onto Uther.
And
In sugar coma, must try and grab box.
and then Maggie, and she throws herself out the door, and climbs up this Goliath and gives her a big old hug around the neck.
Yeah, she lifts you up and swirls you around and goes, "My little dreamer! Oh, look at you! I can't believe it! You're dressed so nice. You look like a lady."
Oh, well, I do try. Look at you! You look amazing! Oh, it's been so long!
Like, oh, life's treated you so good. Oh, all your dreams came true. Look at you. I can't believe it. Do you still play? I see you've got a violin. Do you still play?
And Naira is trying not to cry. And she's sort of just nuzzling Maggie and just going, I have missed you so much. But yes, I still play. Do you want to hear something? I would be more than happy to play for you. I've gotten better.
Of course. Come on. Who are these people? Are they your friends?
Oh, yes, I have friends. I mean, yes, these are my friends. And then
And she kind of gives you a look, Lorium. I was just like, oh, somebody my size. Hello.
He probably comes up like to
Passing
her
her on
desk.
to the rest of the group.
and Naira will make all the introductions. I would like to insight check how she's looking at Lorium, by the way. No, don't notice it
for
at
it.
all. Don't notice it at all. She's got no clue, but she is very excited to introduce. And this is Lorium. He is incredibly brave and just an amazing warrior. And this is Wander. He is very curious and just very powerful cleric. And this is Uther, and she gets a bit bashful when she introduces Uther, and she goes,
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was gonna say, as you're introducing Uther, I give Mags like a nudge. Like, pay attention to this one.
Let's just roll a
That
2
should give
on
her
her
advantage.
insight.
That should give her advantage right there.
Actually, you know what? It should.
because of help. Oh no.
Roll a yes.
So you, Uther, see as her, like, when Naira kind of does this, you kind of see Nyx sort of nudge all Mags as she's been introduced to you. And she kind of gives you, like, her face cools somewhat as she gives this assessing level look. I'm just like, are you good enough for my little girl?
And he's probably the most amazing bard I've ever met.
Well, that couldn't be. I've met you.
He really blows me away.
Does he now?
Nope, she doesn't get that at all.
Uther's just doing that like smile and sweating as they're like talking about him and looking at him while not directly talking to him.
Uther,
Lauren would just
Like,
nod to her and
this
say, "Ma'am."
giant hand reaches out to shake yours. It's just like, put it in my hand. I dare you.
I go and shake her hand.
These massive mitt kind of closes around yours and shakes it, and doesn't squeeze too hard, but squeezes just hard enough that you realize she could continue to squeeze more or less indefinitely. As she kind of shakes your hand once, and then just looks around at all of you and says, "I hope you're all looking after my little girl."
Yeah, we're trying. I take it you helped raise these two little shitheads.
I see you know at least one of them pretty well. And she looks down at Midnight or at Nyx.
Yeah, that one could use some more discipline.
oh Maggie, I have so much
You've
to
been-
tell you.
Disciplining him. And, of course, yes. I want to hear everything. Where have you been?
Oh shit!
Why are you dressed like a lady?
I need to. Oh, I'm suddenly. Naira is very suddenly gonna burst into tears. And she's just gonna go, "I'll never say goodbye. Oh, Maggie, I'm so sorry."
Oh, hush! No! I had no idea what happened to you two. I thought some ship had spirited you away.
In a matter of speaking, yeah. We got adopted by I don't know if you'd know him, Lord Murdoch. He's a very nice, very wealthy man in Vanya.
You're with the Murdochs?
Oh, you know him? Yes!
Inside check.
Yep. I was going to do the same thing. That's why I brought her over here.
Okay.
Very interested in her reaction.
Go ahead, Nyx, and roll your insight check as well.
I mean, insights are instinctive, right? Can I roll one?
Yeah.
Not terrible.
How does Lorium roll highest?
Lorium is. It's kind of hard to read her response. She seems very, like, in a bit of a tizzy at rediscovering her two kind of, long lost lambs. Lorian, what specifically are you trying to judge about her response?
I just want to know if her feelings towards the name and individual portrayed behind it are positive or negative.
She doesn't appear to have a particular positive or negative response. It seems mostly shock at the fact that the two foundlings, like, she seems familiar with the name Murdoch as a name of power and consequence. Okay. And is very, is shocked at the fact that these two foundlings have apparently, made his acquaintance.
Gotcha.
And she will have gotten out her bow and fiddle and Maggie, are you busy? We're actually just gonna head over to Murdoch's manor and to sort of bunk down for the night, but I'm sure we can make a place at the table for you if you want to join us for dinner. I would be happy to I will play you as many songs as you want, and I will tell you all of our stories.
And she kind of looks a little bit conflicted for a moment, and then looks back and goes, "Oh, I can't. Farley, bless him, he means well, but he's not what you call the sharpest knife in the drawer. I need to be here, but you'll be back. Right? Are you staying in town?"
Only for a couple of days, but those couple of days are yours, I promise. We just have to do a couple of errands, and then I will come back, and we will spend all the time in the world with you. Or if
Yes.
And you're welcome to come by after everything's closed down. If you want to come by for dinner, we will stay up for you.
I don't know if I'd be welcome in Hightown, but yes, come back. We'll eat, we'll drink. I want to hear everything.
You're welcome anywhere I am. I promise.
Oh, bless you, child. Bless you.
I'm gonna try a persuasion. She's gonna show Murdoch's ring, Murdoch's signet ring, and say, "No one will give you any trouble."
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Ah, fuck! Oh no, that's a 7, not a 1. Okay, well, at least that.
She kind of looks at it and goes, "Oh, well, gosh, you really do have his acquaintance, don't you? Well, I'll think about it. Don't you worry. But you come back as soon as you've been up there. You come back and see me, okay?"
Okay. Yeah, if that's all right with everybody.
Yeah,
You
just
know it's
wander
alright with
home.
me.
Take all the time you need before we leave. Lorium just, again, his demeanor is a lot softer at the moment.
And she is gonna go ahead and play a song. Something familiar from childhood.
And Olmags seems utterly enthralled the entire time. And when you finish, like this big, massive Goliath hands slamming together in applause, drawing the eyes from around the square for a moment, before she picks you up and crushes you in another bear hug. She goes, "Oh, I had a feeling that you two would turn out all right. I'm glad I was right about both of you."
Well, you know, we wouldn't even be here if it weren't for you.
"Well, I'm happy it was worth it. You don't know how happy I am." She turns to you, Lorium, and kind of stares you in the eye and just goes, "And you look after them both, you hear?"
I do my best, man.
And if you want to stop by and see old Mags later as well, you're more than welcome.
Trying to
Do
think
it.
of the words.
Do it. Do it.
Oh,
Make
you're
'em use the
welcome to
crit
my
tonight.
company anytime. He said, make music.
Naira's just a little confused now.
And yeah, she kind of gets this obviously somewhat flirtatious look on her face as she cocks an eyebrow at you and kind of very openly just looks you up and down and just goes, "It's good to know."
Naira's head is whipping back and forth between Maggie and Lorium. And she's got this look on her face like, no.
Lorium's gonna be your god.
But she's like
And
a grown up.
What the fuck do you think I am?
But she's just working it out and she doesn't seem to understand. But I think since she was just on a break, is she heading back?
Yes. She does very quickly begin to kind of, she gives both of you again a crushing hug, and then shoos you both off to your errands before as she heads back to her stalls. And you are left in the market square. As I mentioned, it's the kind of the early afternoon at this point, so the square is bustling with trade. A hodgepodge of all different accents, multiple different species, talking, haggling, yelling at each other. There are a number of city guards in evidence, just kind of keeping an eye and making sure that none of the negotiations escalate beyond the point of argument. But other than that, everything seems pretty much normal.
To Hightown. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Nyx will actually walk her back to her stall, and on the way he'll just say, "See, she made it out."
She kind of puts these two massive hands on your shoulders, leans down and presses a kiss to your forehead between your ears, like on the top of your head, and just goes, "Well done. Good job."
Hey Mags, do you remember that old orphanage that burned down?
And she actually kind of spits and goes, "Aye, good riddance to it."
This is gonna sound like a weird question, but has anything else like that tried to pop up?
Nothing quite so bad. I mean, the city, it's never going to be all good, but well, King's actually done a decent job. Things have gone well. He wants to make sure that people like him, just in case, well, anybody else comes along and tries to persuade us it's a better idea for them to be in charge than him. So there's not been anything quite so nasty.
Well, I've been kind of looking into things back where we've been staying in Vanya, and some of the patterns that I've been seeing, they remind me an awful lot of that orphanage and the places they'd send the families they'd send children to.
You just see her face darken. He goes, "What do you need?"
If you remember or if you know of anybody that remembers the type of people, maybe like who they contacted, any information that could put me on a lead.
I'll ask around. How can I reach you? You said you're in Vanya. Is there somewhere I can send you a message?
And he will describe,
Your contact.
yeah, here in the city who can get the message that would go to my dead drop.
Okie dokie.
And then he'll give her a big hug. And before he can like get all emotional, he'll say, he'll say, it was good seeing you, Mags, and who knows, maybe your fortune's turning around too.
He smiles, hugs you in return, and just says, "You keep your head down, Midnight."
Like a breeze. And then he'll just disappear into the crowd and find his way back to everybody.
Okay. So, where you guys have reconstituted your group in the market square, where you're heading? You can you know that the docks to the south are generally reserved for ships directly in service to His Majesty, so the military ships and others that are directly in his service. The docks on the western edge are for, in general, the more kind of commercial traffic, and you do know that there are a number of places along there where you could potentially inquire about your berth on the Azure, or there are also these two roads up into Hightown, depending on your destination.
Naira would be interested in getting to Hightown, because we can just pick up our tickets tomorrow before we go out.
Maybe some
Okay.
jewelry shops on the way. I'm still looking for stones.
What kind of
well,
stuff you looking for?
Onyx, as well as some other stuff for my.
Though
You are in the market square.
would the nicest stuff be in the Hightown markets?
Actually, yes. The more high class merchants would be definitely like there in the Hightown market.
Then let's head to up there. I'm sure they might have what I'm looking for. This kind of port's town likely has stones moving through it all day.
Had you more pegged for an emerald guy.
Ruby, actually.
Lead
Okay.
the way, little kids.
So, you thread your way through the streets. You're now actually following what looks to be kind of the main road of the city. This is, you know, as you're traveling, you're realizing this is the widest avenue that's got quite a lot of traffic along it, and also is fairly regularly patrolled by the town guard in their blue livery. As you approach, as you move kind of through buildings, you can see that this promontory of ground rises above the roofs around you. The road switchbacking upward toward the heights above. At the base of it, there actually seems to be a small guard post that's been set up. There's a small guardhouse, slightly separated and built into the rock of the slope. And as you approach, for the first time, one of the guards actually steps forward and raises a hand to bring you to a halt. They're dressed in the, as I said, like a blue dyed tabard with the anchor sigil of Rosa stitched into the breast. And it doesn't have his weapon drawn or anything, but has a sword at his hip and a shield on his back as he approaches your group and says, "Don't recognize you. You're not wearing livery. What's your business in Hightown?"
We're making our way up to Hightown. I'm looking to do a bit of shopping, some finer jewelry, and I know it has access, as well as we're making our way to the Murdoch estate. We have business.
And at that, Naira will present the signet ring.
You present the signet ring. Like, he was looking somewhat skeptical initially, but then as soon as you present the signet ring, he kind of you see his eyes widen slightly, and you go, "Oh, my mistake. Sorry to bother you. Please go on up. Welcome to Hightown."
No problem at all, Nazim, as I make my way to town.
What am I saying? Of course you don't.
The Cloud District, is it?
And yeah, the road, as I said, switches back and forth a little ways, going up this rather steep slope, but is well paved with these solid cobblestones. And as you travel up it, you realize it's obviously like fairly recently and fairly regularly cleaned, judging just by the state of it. You arrive at the top. There's not too much traffic on this way. You know, this does seem to be a more exclusive area, but you're by no means alone as you climb. And you arrive at the top to a smaller and less busy, but much more well-appointed market area. Rather than having stalls that seem like they've been set up with, you know, kind of somewhat haphazardly wherever, there's obviously specific areas that are set up for specific shops and things like that. All of the, you know, everywhere where people have set up stalls, there's stone pillars from which they've hung their awnings, counters that are again like built as permanent structures in these areas, and the people that are browsing and the wares that are on sale, people that are manning the shops, all display a sense of wealth and luxury that definitely sets it apart from the market square that you had just left. There's also far more guards. You know, when you arrive at the top, there's a guard post with what looks to be a full squad of 4 or 5 men watching your approach and keeping an eye on the market itself. And again, much more security that seems to be just kind of in, you know, making sure that rich people feel comfortable spending their money. Do see. Sorry, go on.
I've never seen this part of town.
It is a bit nicer than the other side of the town. Sorry to cut you off, Lauren.
No, you're fine. I was just talking shit.
There are several places where you can see cases with jewels on display. There is another one, not a stall, but a permanent shop that has on the front of it, on its sign, a arcane circle, or what appears to be a magical circle that has been carved into the wood.
Riding my way by the gem shops, I would just kind of, you know, lean down from my horse a little bit and just go, Onyx, I need it around this size. You got anything? You know, and then if they're like no or yes, then we move on from there.
Go ahead and roll me a D100.
Here we go.
No or yes, and we move on. It doesn't matter that. We still move on.
Nope.
Unfortunately, none of the stalls that you assess have a suitable onyx. They have smaller gems that might do the trick, but none of them, unfortunately, are quite able to are quite of the size or clarity that you would need.
Technically, he was also looking for purple. If he wants to roll another D100. Just saying.
No, that was before I remembered I needed the onyx.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, are there any pretties?
Yes, there's several places where there's several shops that sell, you know, like nice jewelry and things like that in addition to the raw gems. Okay, I see your message. You go ahead and roll me a percentile check too. A percentile roll.
Bryce, I think you rolled like the lowest percentile dice
Oh my
I've ever
god,
seen. Nope,
no!
never mind. As I say it, it's willed into existence.
Holy shit! Can I get that roll later?
There's nothing actually that would fit that description, unfortunately. It looks like those just aren't in vogue this season here in Arosa.
They
And I
are.
would just be like, I'm sorry, I haven't found anything here. I just got to check this magic shop real quick. Does anybody want to step in with me?
Yes.
Magic trick. Sounds like it'd be fun.
Might have something neat. You never know. Maybe they got a ring of prestige. Those are great.
Maybe they've got incense.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe they've got a shield that's not beat the fucking hell.
I think all of your shields are going to end up that way. But yeah, maybe.
I mean, magical ones tend not to bend so easy.
Water just holds up the shield.
This building is, again, stone built, quite grand in its own way. Not too large, but obviously built with a sense of wealth and permanence in mind. It's got a small awning out the front underneath the stone columns. These large oak panel doors, double doors on the front beneath this symbol of a magic circle. And through glass panels on the door, this warm light spills out as you approach.
Greetings there. I'm looking for... I'm working on a blasting rod, and I need some incense when I'm getting it enchanted. Do you happen to have anything? Perhaps a little bit of maybe some powdered platinum or silver.
You push open the door and step in as you say this, and all of you actually are somewhat surprised to see sitting on a somewhat sumptuous cushion behind on a kind of somewhat raised dais behind a counter, what appears to be a full-blooded elf. The first one that you guys have seen since you all joined up together.
Thought you were about to say a fucking goblin. I was like, roll for initiative, dude.
This kind of very finely boned face, long, tapered ears, staring, and these dark, deep eyes staring at you from between these two lanterns that hang on either side of this very ornate counter. Trinkets laid out ahead of them. And who among you speaks Elven?
Uther does.
Uther does.
And seeing he's an elf, and it's one of those that it is like, oh, I can bust this out. I would just say at the end of that, greetings, elfkin.
And
In Elvish, of course.
as you actually say that, the face, the mouth curls slightly into a small smile. And it replies in Elven. It says, "Greetings, child. It has been some time since I have heard the language of the people. You speak it well."
It was my father's doing. He saw that the old language should never be forgotten.
That is good. It carries wisdom in its words. Make use of it well.
I will certainly try. As he gives him a bit of a bow, acting almost formal towards the elf. And then, but to business, my friend. Do you have the things I'm looking for. I seem to have been doing rather poorly in such things.
May I see your work? This fine-boned hand extends.
Reach, moving his duster back as he'd pull out it, grabbing it by the longer blasting rod end and extend the handle out for him to take.
Takes it from you, turns it over in his hands for a moment, examining it carefully, running a long, finely tapered nail through some of the grooves that you've carved in the wood. And then says, your father taught you many things well, I see.
Yes.
It will be a fine piece. And then looks up and smiles and says, I believe I can help you. Lays it down and then turns and gestures, saying several names in Elven, names which you recognize as the Elven names for several ingredients, and you watch as on this wall behind him, as he speaks, several drawers slide out, and small pinches of various substances are removed from each, floating toward and then being placed on the counter in front of him in a small, on top of a small, like red handkerchief that had been laid out on the wood. And as he finishes speaking and the last one is laid on, the elf reaches forward and ties the bundle into ties a knot to close the small bundle, and says, "This should be sufficient for your needs."
Excellent. And the cost for such a favor?
For one of the blood, 45 gold.
You cut out a bit, or perhaps my hearing from the music.
For one of the blood, 45 gold.
You are far too kind there, friend. As I'd pay him the 45.
Okay. And what of your companions, child? And at this point, the rest of you hear the elf switch back into common. Do any of you wish to partake of the art, or of the benefits of the art?
Do you have anything interesting for our friends, perhaps? Something you keep under the counter? I didn't mean to cut in, Naira. My apologies. I seem to be a half second behind today.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say Naira's particularly interested in spell scrolls. But she would also say, I'm not sure what you said, but that is a beautiful language.
Yes, it is. Thank you. You are a student of the art, then? You wish to enhance the resources at your disposal?
I am.
What is it you seek? If I do not have it, I can certainly attempt to create it for you, given time.
Oh, that is very kind of you. I'm more just browsing. I'm not nearly as proficient as, and she would gesture at Uther, and she would say, I'm more a student of sort of all disciplines.
Ambitious. Do you seek anything in particular?
No, I'm just browsing.
Okay, let me see what she may or what may be available.
But no, I don't need actually anything, so we can be done.
Fair enough. Okay.
Roram's
Does
just
anyone
taking
else
a
want to inquire about anything?
Wander next.
You do like there. The majority of the shop is behind the counter, and in addition to the wall of shelves that the incense was accumulated from, there are also a number of cases that hold like incredibly finely made and very intricately inlaid pieces of armor and weaponry. So there are some things like that available, but
I sent you a
I
DM.
gotta say that it's gonna be so far out of my budget to get anything. Oh.
I see that DM. One moment.
I don't think Nyx is looking for anything in particular, but I think he's keeping an eye out to see if there's anything that Wander is eyeing.
And
And Tyler, if you're talking, you're muted.
No, I know. I was thinking.
Okay.
I'd say no, nothing in particular. He's still trying. The rest of you can tell he's still trying to be inconspicuous in that he's kind of, not speaking and moving very rigidly.
before you leave, however, if you ask about that, they say that unfortunately they do not have it available. Naira.
Mm-hmm.
They do say that they do not unfortunately have such a thing prepared, but they would be able to create it for you for the price of 600 gold pieces.
Oh, that's. Thank you. I'll think about it and come back.
I will certainly be here. Before you leave, however, and they point actually at Wander, standing at the back of your small group, say, the construct. How much?
Yeah, sell me, do it.
Naira's ears flatten immediately.
And Nyx steps up to Wander defensively.
Our friend is not for sale.
And the eyes actually widen slightly and say, friend? A sentient? How fascinating. Then, of course. No, I would not dream of purchasing a being with will. Can you tell me, sir, how did you come to be?
Wander will kind of look at the rest of you as if waiting for like a go ahead or a shut up.
Uther would do like the head tilt. Like, go for it. They might actually be able to fill in some of the hazy edges.
He'll nod and then look back towards this person and just say, I woke up in a smithy.
And they mutter a few syllables and move their hands. The spellcasters among you recognize them as casting Detect Magic. And they focus and focus their attention toward Wander. They say, well, you awoke, you say? Do tell me if you remembered what happened before you were asleep. I don't believe I've ever seen such a thing before. And that is quite a declaration when one has seen as much as I.
He'll kind of tilt his head just a bit to the side and squint just a little bit, like curiously. And that's all.
I hope to see you all again. You in particular. I look forward to seeing how you grow.
Yeah, we're still working out the.
And they smile but say nothing.
Go ahead. I was just gonna make a joke.
Oh, as I was just gonna say, as we leave, Nyx would hang back for a second and just smile politely at the elf and say, "I trust we have your discretion."
And they kind of cock their heads slightly and say, what do you mean? If you refer to the condition of your friend, it is no business of mine. Besides which, the petty concerns of those in this city who would potentially seek to interfere with him are none of mine.
And Nyx will just kind of like nod his head and say, "Well, thank you. You have a great shop," and then leave.
They just nod and say, I do. And you join your friends outside.
We did it. We met.
Damn it, you guys could have been rich. You could have sold me. Would've been so
Yeah.
much
I do
money.
have
Your
the deed.
friendship is priceless.
I mean, 20,000 gold is a good price.
Yeah, like it would have been really good.
How many pastries could we get with that?
So
you
many.
could buy the shop.
By several
I
shops.
didn't realize you were sending it, and then you just walked away.
But you are once again back outside in the market square. It's probably about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon at this point. Naira, you know from experience or from like your just knowledge of Murdoch's holdings that his estate is in Hightown, but you are not sure of the precise location.
I want to find it. Oh, wait a minute. Over the table, I'm now looking at Nick, who happens to know where this particular estate is.
I was just about to say, without realizing it, because he was so caught up in the wander thing, he starts leading you again, and he leads you directly to the estate.
The estate is right here.
In fact, on accident, he starts leading you to like one of the outer walls, and then quickly like diverts to the main gate.
So, as
And
you leave the market square and start to travel,
Naira will casually say to Nyx as he leads us there, "Oh, did you stay here when you came back?"
I've never stayed here, but I've been here time to time on, business errands, grabbing something out of there, but I've never like stayed the night.
Okay. She won't press.
And technically all true.
so as you travel through the streets here again, much like the roads up, are well cobbled, well cleaned, and fairly sparsely traveled. The people that move around are either obviously wealthy, riding their own mounts and dressed fairly opulently, or wearing the livery of the various noble houses. Most of the buildings are fairly grand affairs, either with impressive frontages leading onto the road or with high privacy fences and secure gates. The Murdoch estate is one of the latter, with a tall security fence or security wall surrounding it, and a fairly impressive wooden gate barred at the front.
So do we just knock at the gate? Where's the intercom system?
Yeah, is there anybody at the gate?
There's nobody immediately in the front, no. But there is what looks to be a bell pull beside it.
Naira will just approach it and pull the bell. Like, she
Okay.
clearly belongs here.
Dingling.
You do hear the distant sound of a bell ring, and after about like a little less than a minute, you do like a little door inside the gate kind of opens up, and you see a fairly young human male looking out. I'm saying yes. What can I do for you?
Is this anybody I recognize out of curiosity?
You don't recognize this individual. They seem to be fairly young, and are wearing what looks to be like a servant's robe.
So then Naira will raise the hand with the signet ring and she will say, yes, I am an agent of House Murdoch, and as I understand it, I will be made welcome here.
And he says, "Oh, yes. Apologies for keeping you waiting, ma'am. We didn't know to expect you. Please come in."
And
And
she
he
just
closes
turns.
the gate.
Sorry, she turns and beams at everybody like, that worked!
And like the little door is closed, and a few moments later, the main gate itself opens, revealing a fairly well manicured garden within, leading up with a path leading up to a fairly large, impressive 2-story house. As he opens the gate, he says, please do come in. I'll let his lordship know you're here."
I'm sorry, what?
And he turns and runs back towards
What?
the house.
What did you just say? I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me put the accent back on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What did you just say?
He goes, "Oh, well, I'll just go let Mateo know that you're here. He'll be able to ensure that his lordship is aware. If please come in."
Mateo?
And you and Nyx both recognize Mateo as the name of Lord Murdoch's personal butler. Not a member of his valets, but essentially his personal body servant, who travels with him and ensures that basically things are to his liking.
Oh no! I'm gonna
Do
go.
both of the cats go on edge?
Huh.
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 Because Lauren was gonna
Yeah.
Lauren was just gonna whisper down to Nyx like, "We're not gonna get spied on in here, are we?"
I don't know that.
Oh, Murdoch's here! And
Is
then,
there another guard around?
There is, in fact, a fairly well-built looking individual wearing wearing armor on the inside of the gate, who's kind of just like he's not doesn't seem alert or worried, given that the servant has let you in, but he is kind of eyeing you guys as the servant is running back up the path toward the house.
Nyx will actually walk over. He'll give Lorium like a shrug, like, your guess is as good as mine. And then he'll walk over to the guard and do. I'm sure they taught him some sort of like salute thing to do, and he does that. And
A true veteran.
yep. And he'll just say, sorry for the question, but do you know if Sir Bartrand is here as well?
Bartrand? No, he wasn't part of the party.
Thank you. And he'll salute back and then make his way back over to the group.
Meanwhile, Naira has gotten her mirror out of her bag and is freshening up.
And as Nyx was over there talking to the guard, Wander just turns to Lorium and goes, "Am I owned here too?"
Was Lorian present when that discussion was being made with
Yes.
setting
Yeah.
him up? Oh, okay. Just making sure. 'Cause I was about to be really confused.
It's like, what?
Just so you know, during the travel, I did create the thing. So, and it's a very good forgery. And just so you know, Wander, I would have pointed out to you where you would be able to see that it was a fraud. There's like a little, like, I put a little signature in there that unless, like, you don't know where to look for it, but I have shown you where as long as that's on there, this means it's fake, and so you're not owned by anybody.
You put a little signature in like the bottom right that says Lamau JK.
Yeah, basically.
You thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lauren would just say, just be careful. Keep up the act, but just know you're not really owned by anybody.
Well, I mean, he was careful last time, and I mean, he got detect magic.
It's alright, you can act natural.
Okay.
And at this point, the front door of the manor house opens, and a figure that is familiar to both Naira and Nyx emerges. He is an elderly gentleman, a human, dressed in very well, kind of like upper class servants robes, and you recognize this as Mateo, Sir Murdoch's personal butler. And as he steps out, he spies your little group gathered by the gate, and as his eyes settle on you, Naira, you see a broad smile appear on his face. So he goes, "My Lady Naira, we weren't expecting you for days."
Mateo! And she waves, and she had been holding Uther's hand, but she gives it a squeeze and then sort of lets go or drags him along if he's willing to come with her. And immediately just beelines over there. If he is being informal, so is she, so she will walk up and give him a hug.
It's so good to see you. I haven't seen you in months. Sir Murdoch said you had left Solveni for your thesis, but, well, as I said, we weren't expecting you to join us here for at least a day. Oh, he'll be thrilled you've arrived early.
We made good time. I didn't know he was going to be here. I thought, I was hoping we might stop by and see him in Vanya, but what's he doing here?
Well, when he heard of your success, he wanted to come down and oversee taking possession of the fief. You know, obviously there's all kinds of legal formalities to be taken care of in the castle. He's been back and forth for days now. He's so looking forward to seeing your the evidence that you brought with you.
Oh, good. Okay. I'll make sure to get it out of my. I've got to go back and get it from my horse.
Oh, yes. Oh, no. Don't worry about that. I'll have the boy see to it. Hey, Jeffrey, go. And the servant that had initially opened the door for you is sent scurrying off to retrieve your mounts.
And she'll give.
You do see that there is a stable off to the side.
Okay. She'll give general idea of what he's looking for in terms of the package for her thesis that she's still got with her. The duplicate that she made. Was anybody else in his party?
Yes, of course. He brought Sir Bellevere with him. He travelled with us from Vanya.
Oh, Naira might faint. What do I need to roll?
Con save?
By the way, the inside
That's
check
not
was
good.
him side-eyeing. Yeah! Him
Naira's,
side-eyeing Dick, make sure he's okay.
Naira's like hyperventilating. She's like, okay, he's here. Okay, I look a mess. Uther, can you please help me?
Lorian, as far as you can tell, this is all pretty on the up and up. This Mateo seems genuinely enthused to meet Naira, seems genuinely fond of her, and as far as you can tell, believes everything he's saying.
Oh, no. That was him side-eyeing Nyx. Once we got the confirmation that Murdoch was here.
Actually, Nyx is like oddly calm. Nyx has like fallen into good little soldier mode.
Mm. All right.
Oh.
And Mateo, as he's talking with you, actually leads you inside the Murdoch, inside the estate house, and into a fairly well-appointed kind of reception room. There's a number of couches that are available for you. These large, picturesque windows looking out onto the garden, letting in the afternoon sunlight. And he says, Murdoch and Sir Bellevere have been discussing things in his office, talking, I believe they were discussing the language that would be expected of an imperial treaties, discussing ownership. But, well, they will be fascinated to see the work you have done. Please, make yourselves at home. I will go let him know that you have arrived. He'll be thrilled. And then quickly bustles out. And you guys are left alone in this sitting room for a moment.
Naira is pacing and trying to like straighten out her clothes, which I assume look like they have been worn like on a horse.
You have been on the road for 5 days, so to a degree, yes.
Take a breath.
Huh?
And then I would put a stitcher and be like, what do you think? Bluebells? What's a flower that would you find calming? Oh, daisies.
What's your favorite?
Gotta admit, I'm a sucker for roses. Something about the classics.
Well, then roses it is.
He'd nod as you'd smell of roses.
You got some pastry crumbs right there on your face.
Oh no! Oh.
You don't want them with you.
I am so thrilled that you guys are going to meet Murdoch. I know you're going to love him.
I don't love many people.
Okay,
Do
well,
you love me?
who did you ask that to, by the way?
Lorium.
I know.
Just silence.
He won't
Wonder
look at you, but he'll just say you're all right.
Let's go. Just so I
Heck
can
of an
get out of the way. Yeah.
Books.
As this is happening, Wander is popping down the slots on the side of his neck and on the side of his head, and popping in new coils to cast tongues on himself.
I'm just popping that for funsies.
Okay.
Lorium's popping his back.
After a few moments, the servant that had greeted you at the gate reappears with your papers in hand, and says, "Your papers, my lady.
Oh,
I hope they are all in order. May I bring you any refreshments while you wait?"
would anybody like some tea?
Yeah, I'll just hold up a hand. Nah, I'm good for now, thanks.
Whiskey, if you've got some.
Certainly, my lord. Would anyone else have any requests?
Nyx will just politely shake his head no, and he's like taken up just a position like he normally would whenever somebody important was coming through.
You know what? I will have a sherry. And
What?
Naira looks like she has never really asked for this kind of thing before.
What was it you asked for? I just missed it.
A sherry.
A sherry. Okay. Yes. A whiskey and a sherry. Certainly. I'll bring a carafe of water as well in case anyone else gets thirsty. I'll return momentarily. And he bows his way out and scuttles off, and returns about a minute later with both of those drinks with a tray that bears a carafe with with a number of goblets on it, as well as a tumbler of whiskey and one of sherry, which he hands to you both before setting the tray down on the table here and saying, "Please help yourself. I understand his lordship will be in momentarily," and then bows his way out. And a few moments later, the door on the opposite end of the hall, on the opposite side of the hall, opens, and you see a figure emerge. He's a tall, slender man with an imperious, calm face. He's got dark hair that's shot through with grey at the temples and over the crown. He's dressed in well-fitted and quite obviously finely made, but not ostentatious garments. They look like they're obviously, something that is worn by the wealthy, made of velvets with very fine stitching and obviously tailored to his frame. But they're not overly decorative. You, Naira, and Nyx both instantly recognize this man as Lord Murdoch, as he crosses and steps into the sitting room.
As soon as he does, Naira goes into a very formal and deep and polite curtsy. Lowering her eyes and saying, "Lord Murdoch, it is an honor."
And he's got this broad smile on his face as he steps in and closes the door behind him and reaches out, takes your hand in both of his and presses a kiss to it and says, "Ah, my little pet, I have missed you so. I was I could not tell you how happy I was to hear that you were the one who discovered the House Morwen. I have never been prouder.
I am honored to serve, sir.
Well, please, Nyx, well, it has been some time. I'm glad to see her looking so well. Thank you so much for ensuring her safety out in the wilds.
I'm glad I could help, my lord. And he'll do like a really graceful but stiff like bow.
Okay. And your companions, please, introduce me.
It is my deep pleasure to introduce, and since Uther is right next to her, she will start with him. Sir Uther Lionsbane.
Ah, Sir Lionsbane, yes. She spoke of you in her letter. She has said much of your prowess with an instrument. I hope you will honor us with a performance.
I would be much honored. It's a pleasure. She speaks so very highly of you.
She is very kind in that way, yes. It's like, well. And he looks up and his eyes seem to alight on you, Wander, and they widen for a moment as he gets this look of, well, wonder, actually, on his face. And he says, and is this a construct? You'd mentioned nothing of this in your letters. What is it?
Are you talking specifically to Naira?
He doesn't seem to be, no. He is kind of, like, inclining toward you a little, but he's facing Wander, and appears to be addressing his conversation to the room at large.
Naira's actually going to look at Nyx.
Nyx will just look over and say, the construct is Sir Lionsbane, and we thought it would be a fun surprise to have you discover it all at once.
And he actually seems to be about to move, and in fact, yeah, he actually just goes straight over toward Wander and kind of walks around him, staring in fascination, apparently, at him. In particular, like, he seems to be looking at where there's emanations of energy through certain seams and the like. And it's just like, that's amazing. I haven't seen anything like this. Well, I mean, some of the construction looks imperial, but certainly not this portion. And then he seems to kind of recollect himself and go, "Oh, I apologize." And then he turns to you, Laurium, and says, "And you would be? I don't believe we've met."
And Naira will wave him over.
Laurium literally sat down on the little couch right there. And once he saw him run up to Wander, his grip tightened on both of the armrests quite considerably. But he'll just nod towards him.
Sorry, I've just been told that not everybody has vision, so give me 2 ticks to sort this out.
Do you have any idea how horrifying it is to just sit in a black square and hear that a man runs up to you?
You should have vision now.
That's just Saturday night.
Do you have vision now?
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
Wunderbar. Okay.
Awesome.
How old is he again? Like age range?
He looks to be in like late 40s, early 50s. He's got he's still definitely very kind of like active and energetic, but he's definitely got like salt and pepper in his hair and lines on his face.
He's only a little bit older than Laurie.
Yeah, he'll just nod and say, "Laurium."
A pleasure. You are certainly an imposing figure. I can see why you have emerged from the Dorvashi wilds intact.
He is a man of few words, but immense action.
Well, he would have to be. Look at him. please, sit. Good, you have been brought refreshments. Excellent. You must tell me everything. Are these your findings?
Yes, I sent the official copy to Sorveni, obviously, but I made duplicates when you said that you might want to share them with Sir Bellavere. I understand he's here.
Yes, he'll be joining us shortly. Please, everyone, sit. I want to hear everything.
Can you have Murdoch roll an insight?
Okie dokie.
Oh,
Do it.
no.
You know you want to do it.
And
Nope.
And Lorium's just gonna pop another divine sense looking at the guy.
He's clearly
Okay.
very fascinated with Wander.
He's clearly an angel.
And
You
while
don't
he's
sense anything unexpected from him.
From a human.
Yeah, exactly. Like he basically doesn't register at all on your radar.
While he's investigating Wander, I'm going to reach into my pocket real quick and just pull out one of my silver coins and just hold it up to my eye like a monocle with my eyes closed and take an inhale and be like, come on. And then just open them and see if he pings off my coin at all.
Do I notice
Okay.
Uther doing this, by the way?
With a 15, I'd say yes. Uther, since your arrival in the city, and in fact, you are used to this in most large cities, even the finest city is home to that which is anathema, to the King of Carvalen. And so, from the moment that you entered, the coins have been on alert. But looking at Lord Murdoch, there doesn't appear to be any particular reaction. Like, you are aware of this kind of background energy of wrongs that need righting, which is to be expected in any settlement of this size. But staring at Murdoch in particular, no. There is no response from your coin.
Yeah. Notice Naira as he lets out a very oh, thank the gods.
But he kind of moves himself over to a chair and indicates for the rest of you to seat yourselves. But he kind of pats the sofa here, Naira, as he looks at you and says, "Please sit."
Once he turns his attention back to Naira, Nyx is going to grab Wander and just kind of pull him aside, get him out of the main thoroughfare, and kind of maybe put him between Lorium and I, maybe.
Okay, Wander, do you allow yourself to be moved over?
Hell yeah, I do. 'Cause weird.
Okay. Please do let me know, ASAP. By the way, if suddenly the screen goes black or anything like that, because it's almost never going to be in there.
Fair enough.
Well, I don't need to see the screen if there's no combat, so.
Yet.
Hey!
Speaking of, no, I'm kidding.
The coins didn't go. I'm telling you guys, he's a good man.
Mm,
Um,
there's one more person to check that on.
And Naira will sit there and she will excitedly chatter on just about anything. And you know her. She will literally talk for an hour without taking a breath.
well, actually, after a few minutes, looking between you and your companions, he says, "Oh, but where are my manners? Well, I was not expecting you quite so early, but it is indeed serendipitous that you have arrived. I had already arranged a reception with some members of the local nobility to discuss my claim to Morwen. Would you please attend? I'm sure they would be fascinated to hear this account firsthand.
I mean, sure. As he looks over to Nyx and Naira.
I don't know that I have anything to wear.
Oh no, no, no. Well, I was expecting to meet you here and have cause to celebrate. So I had some of your things brought from the estate. I'm certain that there's something suitable among them. As for your companions, well, and then he actually seems to pause as he looks at the rest of you, and then he says, "Well, I'm certain that arrangements can be made to ensure that the rest of you are able to attend without any issue. But before we get to that, Nyx, may I have a moment of your time in private?"
Mm-hmm.
Gonna get shanked
Of
in the
course,
kidney.
my lord. Oh my god. Of course, this doesn't normally happen, so I think Nyx is like, of course, my lord. I'll follow you.
Yes, please. Let's go into the office. We can talk there. The rest of you, please ring for a servant if you need anything. I will return as quickly as I am able. And Nick, would you prefer to do this in a private chat, or are you happy for this to be public? As he leads you across the hall.
Public.
Yeah, there aren't any secrets anymore.
Secret.
So he leads you across the hall into a very well-appointed, somewhat sumptuous, what looks to be kind of a meeting room or office. And as you step in, he closes the door behind the pair of you. And then you see his face soften and grow almost concerned. He leans down and actually takes one of your hands in both of his. And he says, I owe you an apology, young man. Has Naira told you of the message that I sent her regarding recent discoveries that I made?
Yes, sir. She gave me a bit of it, but I didn't quite understand.
I'm afraid that I am the one that did not understand. My valets, as they are so euphemistically called. I am a man of station, a man of power. Occasionally, men such as I are required to do things that are best left in shadow. But such tasks are what I employed them for, what I encourage them to build resources to perform. The skills that you showed before our first meeting marked you early as someone with promise in that arena. But I hope you will believe me when I say I had no idea what they would do to you, my boy. I hope that you will forgive me for the hardship that you endured. I have not dared to fully. Well, I have not yet been able to uncover, in truth, all that they did in my name. But I promise you, it was not my intent. They have utterly lost my trust. I hope that I have not lost yours.
May I need to insight check him.
Go ahead and roll your insight. Yeah, he seems genuine. He seems genuinely remorseful.
I think in a way this is what Nyx has been waiting for someone to acknowledge that these bad things happened to him and that they weren't supposed to happen to someone like him. And so I think he's keeping himself together, but he is getting very emotional, and I think he looks at Lord Murdoch and he'll say, "You can put an end to it? All of it?"
I would like your help, if you will give it.
And he before he speaks, he just starts nodding. Of course.
And he kind of, you see a sigh kind of run through him, and he says, I am so glad to hear you say that. Well, with the discoveries that I have made, I haven't been certain who I could trust. But I know that you would never betray your sister, and, well, knowing that I could count on that, I look forward to what we will accomplish together. Anyway, but please, before then, as I said, there is to be a reception tonight, and I believe there is some small measure of recompense that I can begin to make to you by allowing you to give something to your sister. Something that, in a way, you already began to give her all those years ago.
I'm sorry. Give me a second. I think it takes a second, but I think Nyx's eyes go wide as he realizes what Lord Murdoch is talking about. And I think like a weight kind of like slips off Nyx as he realizes that he no longer has to keep this secret from his sister. And thank you, my lord. Thank you. This means a lot. Is it all right if I like stay here for a moment before I rejoin everyone?
Of course, but before you do, well, in town, there is a bank. There is an object there that I would have you retrieve to present to her tonight. You, well, acquired the violin that she carried, but you did not take with it its companion, the bow. And without the bow, the secret of the violin has never been unlocked. I would very much like for you to take some of your companions and take them to. There is a tailor in town. He will see that you are all properly attired for the reception tonight. Whilst out, stop by the bank and here, present them with this. And he hands you a signet ring with the crest of House Murdoch on it. That will allow you access to the deposit box there. Take the bow. I think it will make a fine gift for her tonight.
Yes, my lord. I will. And I think Nyx, a flash of like guilt flashes like over his face, and he says, in my ignorance, I thought you knew. And I'm sorry I thought that of you, my lord.
You have nothing to apologize for. You have suffered much, I know. But hold your head high, my lad. Despite all that they did not break you. Be proud.
Are they in custody?
Regrettably, no. It was another that suffered as you did who revealed it to me. But by the time I was able to begin to marshal a response, well, there was a great deal about the network that they built in my name that I do not know. I hope we may discover some of it together.
And I think Nyx will nod and like, you probably shouldn't keep her waiting any longer. She might explode if she can't tell you about what she found. It really is amazing.
Well, I shall look forward to hearing all about it then. Sir Belver and I will speak to her about it so we can best present it at the reception tonight. Will you take your companions into town while we do so?
Of course, I'll go get the bow. And he'll start to leave and then turn again to him and say, "Thank you."
My pleasure. Come. Let's pretend together. You can let them know what's to happen. And he returns in, and he seems a little happier as he re-enters. He's standing up. A little bit of some tension has left him as he re-enters. And he says, so, well, with that concluded, as I said, there is to be a reception tonight. I would be most gratified if you all would join me there. I would be happy to present you as, well, those who have done such a great service for me. Who knows, perhaps there will be others among the nobility who will have their own. Naira, if you would care to head upstairs, Mateo can show you to where your things are kept. I imagine you would like to, refresh yourself before the interview with Sir Belver.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. Yes, please. And she will sort of glance at Uther, but not give him the kiss that she was thinking about giving him. Then say, okay, well, I'll just be no more than about 20 minutes.
Does she look at her brother?
Yes. She's looking at everybody, but she's actually paying extra special attention to you because she knows how angry you have been recently.
I will give you this one for free. All that anger is gone. He looks like a weight's been lifted off of him. And you can tell because you know him so well, he's emotional, but not like angry emotional. Like relief. And he is like standing next to Lord Murdoch. He's not tense. He's not anything. He's fully relaxed.
And as for the rest of you, Nyx has agreed to run a small errand for me in town, and well, as I mentioned, if I would love for you all to be attired appropriately for the reception tonight, especially if I am to introduce you to high society. I have ensured that Nyx will be able to prove that you come in my name. There is a tailor in town who should be able to ensure that you are all appropriately outfitted. If you would care to accompany him, the cost, of course, will be taken care of. If you would all ensure that you return by, say, 5 o'clock?
Sure, but I'm more comfortable in what I'm wearing. That's all right.
Well, as charmingly martial as it is, I suppose it may suffice with some touches and perhaps a few modest repairs.
Yeah, repairs could work.
I think Nyx just like leans over to Lord Murdoch and goes, baby steps with that one. Baby steps.
Lorm is looking at you very curiously.
He seems more relaxed now.
Mm-hmm. To the point where Lorium would cast Detect Magic if he had to prepare.
He's been charmed. No.
Maybe. Nyx will step forward, or he'll turn to Lord Murdoch and say, thank you again, my lord. I'll see if I can get most of them cleaned up, and I'll retrieve the item. We'll see you later this evening.
Of course. I look forward to it. And to, getting to know all of you in more detail.
Likewise.
Uther, would you be prepared perhaps to demonstrate your prowess with an instrument tonight?
I certainly would be more than willing to do a bit of entertaining.
Marvelous. That will be a treat to look forward to then. Now, I shall see you all soon. I will, for now, I must go to speak to Naira. Exciting. And he steps out and heads on upstairs.
Uther would just take a step forward and lean towards Nyx and go, I'm really relieved. I don't think I'm going to have to kill him.
Neither am I.
What do you say?
The message Dreamer got. He found out about what his people were doing, and he wants to put an end to it. He apologized for what happened to me. And I think without, unconsciously, Nyx has started walking towards Lorium.
This is the first. The apology, I mean.
Yeah. He doesn't know what all they had gotten up to, but he wants me to help him take them down. To make sure it doesn't happen.
You want to?
More than anything.
Well, then we can get to that. Right, guys? And so look over at Wander and Uther.
Right.
Wonder is still trying not to speak.
You are free to act natural, Wander.
He's not sure if this is a test. He'll tentatively say, "Oh, okay."
Good.
All right, he didn't get hit. Mission accomplished.
He'll look towards Nyx will look towards Uther. And he'll just say, we should probably go to that tailor. Gotta look our best tonight, right?
I'm gonna look so fucking fancy.
I always look my best.
Okay, thank God. Can you help me? Cause I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. My aesthetic is very black on black on black.
You see as he nods. I'm kind of like that. I like the dash of the reds. Lorium seems to be like that with the dash of the purples. I think silver or white might be your color. Maybe even gold.
Can we get Wander a bow tie?
Oh, that visual.
Uther gives you like a disgusted look. Of course we're getting Wander a bow tie.
Oh my God! And we have to get Lorium a bolo.
No, you fucking don't.
So, discussing the intricacies of male fashion, you guys make your way back out into the area, into Hightown. Naira, you are led upstairs, or Mateo kind of guides you to a bedroom upstairs, where you do find that a number of the outfits that you had from the Murdoch estate in Vanya have indeed been brought with you, or been brought with him and are available for you. A maid helps you to kind of pick one out and dress properly, combing your hair and helping you to kind of prepare yourself. And after a few minutes, there's a polite knock, and Mateo kind of says that, my lady, Lord Murdoch and Sir Bellavere are prepared for your interview.
Oh, right away. And she will gather up her stuff. Actually, she probably cast her unseen servant, so her unseen servant is carrying her stuff. Paget, by the way. It has a name now.
Okay. And yes, Mateo leads you downstairs into what looks to be a private office. There's a desk with bookshelves along the wall, along two walls. And in addition to Lord Murdoch himself is sitting behind the desk. And in one of the chairs in front is another man. Looks a little bit younger than Lord Murdoch, but still definitely, maybe in his early 40s.
Do I recognize him as Sir Bellavere?
You've never actually seen Sir Bellavere in person before?
Oh, have I not?
You know of him by reputation, but
Oh.
he's got this fairly a broad kind of very tanned face. Obviously, has spent a lot of time outdoors. Has is quite well dressed, but not quite as finely as Lord Murdoch. He's obviously dressed more for travel than Lord Murdoch was. And as you enter, he arises from the chair and goes, "Ah, you must be the Naira, Sir Bellavere. It is a pleasure to meet you."
Oh,
A
honored,
slight
sir.
Sarah accent.
And she does a polite curtsy, not the same one that she did for Lord Murdoch, but for, polite company.
And he returns it with a somewhat, with a quite florid, like Avognosera style bow, quite similar actually to the one that Zavara graced you with back in The Fox and the Hound. This is, I'm charmed to meet you. Lord Murdoch has said much of your expertise in these matters. I am personally have been the most impressed with his accounting of how you located the fief. May I see your papers? I've been most eager to get my hands upon them.
Oh, of course. This is yes here. And she she hands over everything that she has written. And she'll point out how it's like there are color coded tabs in here, so he can find the specific references he's looking for. So artifacts we found are under red and all sorts of things. And she details all the things that he'll be able to find.
And he actually gets kind of like a grin on his face as you start pointing this out. He goes, the tutors at Slovenia must be very fond of you. So organized. Look at this. It's a detail. Oh, and the rubbings. You would not believe how many people forget that drawings just do not convey the same texture.
She doesn't know what to say. She's just like, you of all people think this is good. I'm so very thrilled. Did you do anything like this when you recovered the Litany of Adrala?
And he says, "Oh, no, I was far too busy. But I was able to do a little after the fact. But no, this is good work indeed. But please, I would prefer to hear it directly from you before I read. You must tell me everything. How? Please, from the beginning."
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. And she will describe how she thought that the historians that Murdoch had been originally contracted with had gotten it wrong because she read some pre-imperial story that included the details that she was looking for, and she just got a hunch, and she was able to present that information and get on the road and et cetera, and you've heard all this before. So she will go into the details, and the more it's sort of enthralled they look, like she is gauging whether or not they're getting bored. So, like, insight check, which is not going to go well.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an insight check.
Not bad.
15, okay. They seem particularly interested when you mention the magical items that you found on the goblinoids, particularly the horn. When you discuss the defeat of Afgorod and the retreat of the Horde, as well as the discovery of Imperial era weapons among them. When you move on to discussing the attack on the fief itself, they become extremely attentive. When you talk about the shaman and the magical items at his disposal, as well as the mag that they utilized, they seem particularly attentive. Any interest of any kind of arcane or any mention of any arcane significance or anything like that seems to particularly pique their interest.
And she will focus on that, and so she will refer to the drawings of the horn. She will profusely apologize. She has already sent the horn back to Sorveni as part of the cataloged items. But she will actually draw attention to the cloak that she is still wearing, and show the she's still wearing it, and show the insignia that is on it, and she will talk about.
They both immediately ask to see it. Like they ask, Sir Bellavere asks if he can kind of take it from you and look at it.
Yep, she will take it right off and hand it over.
And they spend a few minutes just enthusing over it. Talking about the insignia and the heraldry. It's like, yes, there can be no doubt. This is definitely Imperial era enchantment. You can tell by the stitching of the Adamonite thread, and talking and like discussing the significance of its presence and things like that. And they say, and this cloak. What do you tell them about Forelli and the chamber?
What do I tell them about? Oh, I will tell them that this cloak gained us access to a otherwise trapped hallway, and that there is a lot of history in a protected chamber. She will mention that it was most definitely a torture chamber. But they seem to have quite a lot. And in fact, in that room, there is the proof that you are looking for, that this belonged to, that this estate is yours.
You were able to explore this room?
Yes, very thoroughly.
Indeed. And what did you find there?
Well, as I said, we found a lot of historical records. There was a book written in, I believe it was Draconic, which was...
As you're talking, by the way, refreshments are brought in shortly after you begin your retelling. Glasses of wine are handed out and as the three of you talk.
You cut out.
So sorry. Oh, sorry. I was just saying. The glasses of wine are handed out as the three of you talk, and they both seem like they're both drinking quite happily, and encouraging you to continue.
Yeah, she'll join them. This feels scary. All of a sudden, drinks. But yeah, no, she's actually. Let me. Yep. 15 was going to make her a little suspicious. So, thanks, wisdom. She drinks along with them, and she will explain everything that she can remember about the room, the books that she found, the shade of memory that was wandering around. I forget its name at the moment. And how Orembe, thank you, and how it was very protective of the knowledge. Otherwise, she would have brought more of it with her. But she is able to show what she copied down. Which is the proof that Lord Murdoch needs, and she will hold it out and say, "Look what I did."
And he takes it and spends a few minutes reviewing it. A very obvious look of pleasure on his face. He's like, "But you said that you found artifacts there."
Yeah, well, most of the artifacts at the, or what would have been probably artifacts at the manor were taken or destroyed by the goblins, unfortunately. There wasn't a whole lot we found. I mean, I did find some swords. One particularly nice one that was engraved with a griffin on the hilt. Again, all that stuff was sent back to Sorveni, but you can see pictures of it all.
Of course. What of within the chamber itself? You said it was well preserved. Were there any items within?
Can I roll an insight?
Sure.
There's a big kinky torture chair.
It was very much almost an 18. Like a natural 18, so damn. Yeah, and she's racking her brain trying to figure out what she might, and she's sort of shaking her head. She's I mean, no, mostly it was books. I mean, there was a chair in an obvious arcane circle. I think it was to compel truth. And there were some, I mean, torture racks, but I wouldn't consider those artifacts. Is there something in particular that you are asking about?
Oh, well, you know me, I have a great interest in items of arcane significance, especially from the Imperial era, and given that this was, well, once belonged to my family, I'm certain you can understand my interest.
Yes,
So there was nothing else that you found there? Nothing of arcane significance inside the chamber? Artifacts, materials, or such?
Okay, see, now here's a problem. Deception? Do I roll a deception?
Roll a deception.
I love how you're the one doubting now, and I'm like, he's great!
Were there items in there? Were there weapons?
There was a collar that I blew up.
There was also the dagger and the cloak of Elvenkind.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about those
was
two.
a
Okay,
dagger.
thank God. I thought I was just like, that's all I could remember. And Naira would tell you about those immediately. She'd be like, oh, yes, did you, there was a beautiful cloak that I was able to identify, and it is, for purposes of making you more capable of concealing yourself. And there was also a rather useful dagger in some regards, considering what daggers are generally meant for. A dagger of pain, so it is a little sharper than it appears. Those two things we didn't actually send back. I'm sure Nyx would be happy to show them to you. I know he's holding on to them for now.
Indeed. Well, do you know if any of your companions found anything else within? And go ahead and roll me that deception, please.
Mm.
God damn.
Do you have inspiration from roleplay or anything?
I didn't call it.
You did not. So 10. Okay.
Oh boy.
But she's committed to it. She says, no, sir. Nothing else of any kind of arcane significance.
Never saw Naira again.
Everything that I found is detailed in my notes.
Roll me a perception check.
Oh, shit.
Oh fuck.
12.
Fuck.
Why are you rolling so low now?
I don't know. God, I
I
should have
hate
called
this.
that inspiration.
Oh my god! Crusade!
You
We don't know if it's a fail or
with,
okay.
corner of your eye, as you say this, Sir Bellavere appears to cast something. He speaks a few arcane words and makes some gestures.
I want to do an Arcana
And-
check. Arcana check. Arcana check. Inspiration! I called it first. 27!
Lightning bolt.
This was an activation charm. Some pre-prepared spell or effect was just activated.
With a 27, do I have any idea of what kind of spell it was?
Not a spell.
Glyph?
An ingredient.
Ah!
I'd like to make a constitution check.
Holy shit.
No, you use transformation!
What? 17! 17! I'm fine! I think. Unless it was an
Are
18.
you?
Shit!
I don't say are you? No!
You feel lethargy.
I'm
Awesome.
can I
inside you.
sprint? I'm gonna just beeline for the door.
You move to stand, and Sir Belavir's hand snaps out, gripping your shoulder, holding you in place in the chair.
Do I get like an opposed grapple check?
Go ahead and roll me a athletics or acrobatics. Since you're trying to resist, you can use either.
Oh, good. Okay, acrobatics. I got that.
This is Bellavir and Murdoch?
22!
Huh?
That's nice. He's going to use Critspiration.
No!
He held it the whole time.
Damn it!
Wait, just so I'm
And
understanding,
hold
this,
you.
this is Bellavir and Murdoch?
This is Bellavir and Murdoch.
Oh, okay.
I was right.
Holding you in your chair.
She is
And
going to look at Lord
As he
Murdoch
hold-
and she is going to say, Lord Murdoch?
It's unwise to keep things from me, Naira. I would have thought you knew that by now, my little pet. It's the last thing you hear as darkness begins to creep in around the edge of your vision. The iron grip on your shoulders, holding you into your chair. As unconsciousness claims you.
And we're all outside like, hey, look at these ties, guys.
I'm sure we're like mostly down the street on the way to the tailor. Fuck.
And I think that's a fine spot. Leave it for tonight.
No! No, sir. I'm sorry. Somebody text RL. He's canceling. What?
Okay,
How
so
could you?
maybe I was wrong about Murdoch.
You made it really clear about them drinks coming out. I was like,
No, when he pulled me into that room, I was ready for him to be like, "Tell me what you found," and then he was like, "I am so fucking sorry," and I was like, "I did not prepare for this." And I hate you.
I feel like
Well-
that 13 fucking insight. He was just looking at like, what's his passive deception?
Man, I thought about trying to go with her because maybe Construct would just be allowed to go.
Oh,
Like a servant. I was thinking about it, man. I was gonna do the same with you, Nyx.
If Nyx wasn't so fucking chill, Lorian was going to insist on going with them.
no, he did such a good job. He said everything Nyx wanted to hear, and I rolled so low on everything else.
Master manipulator.
I believed him. God damn it.
You have, my good sir, you have 10 minutes before I cast Scenting.
Well, we'll
I
have
had
to see.
plans with Naira. We were gonna go somewhere.
We were. We had plans. The thing
Fuck.
is, you guys aren't even going to be suspicious for like 2 hours or whatever.
No.
I have to say, I was so glad I didn't have my fucking webcam on, Nick, when you were reacting to Lord Murdoch's speech, because I would not have been able to keep a straight fucking face.
Holy shit!
You were. I wish my webcam had been on because I was cycling through shock, crying. I was like, I didn't prepare for this. This was not one of the eventualities I prepared for.
Oh my
God.
God.
He's just not so evil. He sets off my coins.
Right?
Genius. Genius.
Well, maybe
Or they
he
had
just
some way to mask it.
he feels that this is right.
I don't. Or maybe it
Well,
has something to do with Belvedere. That fucking asshole.
So apparently you guys are gonna storm the party later?
I don't know.
If we're not assassinated in the streets,
We won't be.
We'll have to
It
see
won't-
what happens.
There
You
are
guys
other
would
ways
be-
he can mask you being gone.
By the way, I'm excited about this bow. Is that a real thing? Am I getting a bow?
Not anymore.
Fucking loot. No, you're getting it. You're just never gonna be able to shoot it.
Roll a new character.
No,
no,
You're
like
gonna shoot it at
violin
us.
a violin bow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna put it on the bowstring and just. Aw.
No, I'm gonna fucking get it for if it's the last goddamn thing I do, and then we're both gonna shove that into his stupid face.
You don't know yet. You don't know yet. We don't know
one
yet.
knows. We have no
No one
idea.
knows yet.
I know. Right now, Nyx is Team Murdoch.
Wins the party,
100% in like 5 hours or something.
and it'll take
It's,
us like
yeah,
a
it's in
couple
like
hours.
3 hours.
Yeah.
We have to go.
I'm not getting suited up.
We have to go get to a tailor shop, and then I have to go get that item, and then go.
Wander's gonna get a bow tie so that he can rip it off when combat starts.
Nope, he's not gonna wear any clothes because I suppose.
Oh my god, scandalous!
I know it's hot. It's so hot. Now that we're at the end of the session, I can share this. Where is it? Where is it? God, it feels so hollow. I don't. This isn't a happy sharing moment. I wanted to be happy. So, after Wander took off the chainmail and integrated the plate mail,
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, so for the last week or so, you've been like his appearance has changed slightly when he came back from his visit with Harlan.
He was bigger.
Is
He
he
was
more
slightly
human-like?
bigger. And not necessarily more human-like, but his body seems a lot more complete and cohesive.
Hmm.
There's less of this strange, wooden or stone parts. It seems much more together.
Yeah, what he's saying.
Hmm.
so cool that
That's so
only
fucking
happens when I
cool.
talk in at a time.
Wait, what?
My Discord crashed.
Oh.
No.
That's why I stopped talking.
Oh shit.
Sorry.
Oh. We'll have plenty of time to talk about that when we're fitting you for clothes for this party.
I
we're
am
gonna go
not
to.
wearing clothes. I am
It's
not
gonna be
wearing
so
clothes.
great.
You don't want
Do
to
you
hold
want-
down him?
Oh god, I was
It's so
waiting.
weird.
As soon as I knew that I had critspiration, I was just like, okay, so that's when I'm going to use it. Like, it did not
I
matter
can't-
what else happened in the session. That is when I was going to use the critspiration.
Oh wow, 22, really high. I'm going to use inspiration.
Yup.
See, and I was
I
sitting
was
on that
so
the whole
happy when
night.
she rolled high. I was so happy that she rolled high.
I
Demonic.
was so relieved. I'm like, I'm getting out of here, and I can I've got mobile.
You-
I'm gonna
You
go.
forgot about it.
I did, like I always do, because I forget about critspiration.
I feel so
God
guilty
damn it.
now because, like, for the past several weeks, I've been wishing Naira would face the consequences of some actions, and I feel like they all hit her all at once.
Oh no.
No, it's fine.
It's fine. I'm gonna do the recap this week, and I'm gonna fucking one-shot Murdoch. I'm gonna kill them all. They're all gonna die.
Don't take that from
They're all
me.
gonna get punished. They're all getting no. I'll revive them so you can kill them again.
Fair. Actually, just save Bartran for me. That's all I
You
ask.
can have that one.
God damn
I'm
it.
getting my goddamn library pass back.
You have overdue books.
But speaking of critspiration, somebody should really write that thingy tomorrow.
Alright, yeah.
Oh right.
I'm gonna be gone all day.
I will
I can't wait.
for tomorrow. I will for Curse of Strahd. I will be writing it.
Are you sure you don't want to give our elk inspiration? Just kind of even the playing field?
I would be happy for anybody else to take it, but nobody else wants to write them, so I will do it.
Well, let's give it to
I'm
RL. It'll be
sorry.
fun.
No.
Oh.
No.
No, we're not giving to RL. RL will be cruel with it.
I would like
what's
point
wrong
out
with
that you and I have been so close to going down without critspiration.
Uh-huh.
Now. I am so upset and pissed off right now, but I'm also
That
like,
was good.
you master craftsman, like you had me. I was sitting here going, maybe I judged this all wrong. Maybe I was wrong, and I was sitting here going, I have to start moving my perceptions about what was happening. Like I was.
Nyx's trust is gonna go out the fucking window now.
I think I told you.
Amazing.
I think I
Naira's.
may. You're right. Not. Oh, Naira.
Naira just learned a valuable lesson.
I'm just gonna say, once this becomes known what has happened, if we find out, I'm sure we will. But let me just tell you, y'all might need to be Nyx's moral compass, because this might be one of those points where he can choose from the murder tree or the hero tree, and it's going to depend on how well y'all talk him out of not being on the murder tree.
I'm just saying, we've solved a lot of our problems thus far by killing things. Why stop now?
Murder hobo.
If violence doesn't solve your problem, you're not using enough of it.
Yeah, more violence
Exactly.
will.
Say good one,
Lorium doctrine.
I'm surprised like Lorium didn't like do. I was waiting for Lorium
You-
to do something.
He was watching you two and judging your reaction. If you didn't if we had said 15 minutes had passed and you guys didn't come back, he was gonna start looking for you. But then you came back all fucking happy, so he's like, "All right, I'm just gonna let this slide for now."
Oh man, I wish I hadn't described myself as being relaxed.
Lord
That's why you got
Murdoch is
one
good
question.
at what he does.
It's almost like he's been
Now
doing
the
this for a
question, the question is, does he really believe Wander is a construct? Can we use this to our advantage?
I mean,
You are quite sure about anything about what he thinks.
Oh, I'm sure about one thing. He's gonna die, and it's gonna be painful.
I'm really interested to see if stuff happens and later
will
on Uther's coin pings. Like he was masking it somehow.
That will be interesting to discover.
Because once that happened, once your ping didn't go off, I was like, huh. And then that's when he was like, let me talk to you alone. I'm so sorry for everything that happened to you ever.
That's why I work so hard on not metagaming. Because it's yeah, Lorium still doesn't trust him entirely, but it definitely calmed down a bit.
Yeah.
Well, this has just taught me that I need to fucking metagame because I should have trusted my instincts.
Fuck.
I cannot tell you as a DM how satisfying that moment was.
Aw, that's the picture
Fuck.
I gave you, Wander.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, sure
Like
would be
I
a shame
said.
if you died now, huh?
That's
Ooh.
really cool.
And like I said, I was super glad that I wasn't having to try and like school my face on the webcam
Just twitching.
because yeah, I would not have been able to. My bluff check isn't that high.